welcome our beloved true parents.
참된 자기를 찾자. 참된 자기를 찾자. Let us find true self. True self.
요즘은 일본 여성 16만 명 교육할 때 사용한 얘기고 예전에 전체 회의 때 말씀드린 뉴욕에 있는 시군들 안에 냈던 얘기들은 그렇고 연예인을 잘 알아준다고.
This is the main topic Father spoke to last 160,000 Japanese women, Japanese ladies that was trained in Korea. And it is imperative that we all know the contents of this. And thus Father chose this as a topic of Father's sermon this morning. And also Father emphasized on this last leaders conference.
방대하게 내용이 상당히 하려면 10시간 이상 가까이 걸리고 단축해서 얘기해 보려고.
It is very broad in perspective, broad in scope, but Father will condense it over 10 hours. Father will condense this as much as possible.
잘 들으라고.
So listen carefully.
지금 우리가 살고 있는 이 세상이 선한 세계요, 악한 세계.
The world we live in today, is it a good world or evil world?
어째서?
Why? How can you say? What is the reason of your saying that?
이렇게 먹게 된다면 답하기 힘들다고. 결과가 이렇게 된다면 나쁜 건데 왜 이렇게 되는 원인을 찾기 힘든 거야.
Well, it's not very simple to answer. It looks evil, but then it's not simple to theorize.
자, 원인이 확실하지 않고 결과도 확실하지 않고 이게 결과가 어떻게 될지 확실치 않다는 얘기.
It is largely because we do not have cause. We do not know the cause, so the effect we see around us really they confuse us.
확실한 원인이 있으면 확실한 이 디렉션, 방향과 확실한 결과, 원인과 결과는 하나 되는 것이다.
Always the cause and result are related. There's no way it is not related. When there is a cause, there's a clear direction and then clear result.
Clear, absolute cause에서 absolute direction, absolute result가 나오는 거라고.
It can be said that if there is an absolute cause which is absolutely right, then it will take an absolute certain direction and then will come to an absolute certain result.
우리 현재 우리 자신들 보고도 인간들이 살고 있는 것이 어떤 원인에서 어떤 방향을 어떤 결과를 잘 모르고 있다. 이게 문제라니까.
Today men are living without the knowledge of where he comes from, where he is going, and where he will reach or end up.
자, 왜 나쁘냐? 왜 나쁘냐?
Then let us take a moment to examine why can we say it is evil.
세계는 싸우고 있는 것이다. 싸움의 세계다. 싸우고 있는 것을 알고 있다.
We can see today that the world is that of conflict. World is fighting. It's a fighting world.
자, 싸움은 왜 나쁘냐?
Why is it bad to fight?
두 나라가 싸우게 되는 것이 올라가는 것이 아니고 떨어 내려가는 것이다.
For one thing, we can see instantly that if we fight each other, conflict each other, they never arise or ascend or develop, but rather they fall down, they deteriorate.
그렇기 때문에 싸우는 세계이기 때문에 그 결과는 지옥이라는 거, 지옥, 영적으로나 세상적으로 지옥 세상이 되고 지옥 세계가 된다.
Since the people are fighting, this is a fighting world, it gets closer to hell, the world of hell.
우리 가정이 싸우게 되면 가정은 전부 다 분산되는 거예요. 전부 다 분산되는 거예요.
Within a family, if the members of each family fight, then they divide and they go down and they experience low down.
세계 역사를 보더라도 싸움의 역사, 여러분 미국 역사도 싸움의 역사를 거쳐 어떤 나라도 싸움의 역사를 기록하고 있다는 사실을 우리 부정할 수 없다.
There's no way for us to deny, looking at the history and looking at today, the history is largely that of fighting, wars.
World base and national base.
And a national base and a world base, as well as world base, they've been fighting. There's a history of fighting.
Family base too.
And even to this day.
그러니까 싸우는 세계는 결국은 망해가는 거야.
So to fight means to decline, to perish. The fighting world.
전 세계가
also.
나쁘든 전 세계가 나쁘든 미국으로 들어.
If the world in general is bad today, what about America? Are there exceptions?
뭐더래 그래. 아메리카 뭐야? 아메리카도 악한 나라다.
That means America too is evil. If the world is evil world.
Is that true? 그럼 미국 사람은?
What about American people? People who live in America.
American man.
American man. Americans. Are they good or evil?
그러면 미국의 나.
Then how about I or me? That is one of Americans.
배도한, 거도한.
Am I a good one or am I a bad one?
Clearly. 거도한, 배도한.
Be clear about that. Good or bad?
나쁜 사람은 차버리고 말이야. 그렇다. 문제하지 않아야 된다는 거야.
Bad. They trample on others and fight and so on.
미국 사람들은 private life 뭐 이런 말하는 것이 private 말이고 배드야, 그대야.
And also Americans often think and emphasize so much about private life, my privacy. Is that good way of life or bad way of life?
왜 나빠?
Why? Why is it? Why is it bad?
아까 말했지, 싸우기 때문에.
The private, or emphasizing on, leads very easily to fighting or to conflict with others.
여러분이 자기가 선하다고 할 수 없는 거야. 자기 몸과 마음을 두고 볼 때 몸과 마음이 싸워요. 하나 돼 있어요.
We see that fighting all around us, even in me or directly around us. We take a look at the mind and body. Are they fighting or are they getting along harmoniously?
Fighting.
Mind and bodies are fighting.
Well, that's true. 그러니까 나쁘다는 거야. 그러니까 나쁘다고.
So therefore, it is evil world
그럼
we're living in.
그런 싸움은 왜 나쁘냐?
Then again, why is it so bad to fight?
아까 말하기는 좀 떨어지기 때문에 나쁘지만은 더 나쁜 건 뭐냐면 이 우주의 주인이 있으면 선한 주인이 있다면 선한 주인은 거기 있지 않다 하는 결론 나오는 거야.
Still, the reason why it is bad is that not only it destroys, not only it degrades, the fighting degrades man's life and man, but also if there is a master or the subject of this universe,
God universe, subject of God, 선한 하나님.
the good subject, the good God, he will not stay where fighting is, or fightings are.
그럼 이 우주의 주인이 있고 선한 중심을 추방해버린다. 그 나쁜 거라고요.
It is like by fighting, we chase out that good subject or good God.
자, 그러면 이제 선한 선한 개인, 선한 가정, 선한 나라, 선한 세계가 없어.
So therefore, we examine it quickly. There is no good self, good individual, good families, nor good nation.
그러면 하나님이 된다면 하나님이 취할 수 있는 개인도 없는 것이요. 하나님이 취할 수 있는 가정도 나라도 세계가 없다는 말이지.
God takes what is of Him, what is like Him. That means God, there's no individual God can take, oh, he is mine, or this is mine. Or family say, this is surely mine. Or the nation, he can say, this belongs to me.
And the world too, 가정, everything.
And even the higher level, even the cosmic the level, there is nothing that exists on earth today which God can call it is mine.
그 선한 하나님에게서는 아무것도 없는 자리에 들어간다. 아무것도 없는 것이 된다.
So for good God, things do exist, but to God they do not exist, the same as they do not exist, because it has nothing to do with Him.
아무것도 갖고 있지 않다는 거지.
So God has nothing.
하나님이 계신 천국에 가정에 있을 수 있으면 나라와 세계에 있을 수 있느냐 이런 문제 어떻게 대답할까요?
So we can see, and we can ask questions in the God's world of heaven. If there is any individual, anything that can stay,
Good individual, good anything.
good individual, the good families, the good anything, even one, even small numbers.
하나님을 중심하고 싸우지 않는 세계가 되어 싸우지 않는 평화스러운 개인 가정 경제공적 국가 세계가 되어 그런 것은 없는 것이 되니까 이 땅에서 없기 때문에 그 천국에도 그런 존재가 없다는 말이 벌어진다고.
So we can reason very clearly that since there exists no individual, no family, no good nation here on earth, in God's own heaven, he does not have any of these either.
어쩔 수 없는 결론이야.
And this is an inevitable the conclusion.
그러면 하나님이 지금까지 역사 이래에 선한 사람, 선한 개인, 선한 가정을 못 가진 그 하나님이 영계에 가가지고 하나나라의 가정이 있을 수 있고 국가가 있을 수 하나님이 기뻐할 수 있는 그런 여자는 없다는 결론이 나왔다.
So we have already concluded that since there lives no individual or family or nation here on earth, therefore, in God's kingdom, which is in His own kingdom, in His own heaven, there lives no individual or family or any nation.
하나님이 좋아할 수 있는 개인,
The
가정.
individual which God likes and loves very much. Such an
이렇게
individual.
볼 때 여러분 자신들이 지금 오늘 제1차 대전, 2차 대전, 세계 전쟁은 휴전도 가능하고 이것이 전부 다 정전도 가능한 것이다.
So when we see the wars, the World War I, World War II, the war can be fought and the war can come into stop, like an armistice, truce, temporary stopping of wars. These are possible.
그러나 여러분의 몸 마음의 싸움은 역사 이래 자고로 지금까지 그 전쟁을 휴전도 해본 적이 없고 그 싸움이 끝나본 적도 없다. 영원히 계속하고 있는 것이다.
But take a look at the more popular or the worst the forms of fighting, individual fighting, the fighting which is quiet or not so quiet within oneself. Take a look at it very closely. This war is going on all the time, and ever since we can remember in the history, there was no truce, there was no armistice. The fighting continues on and on within individuals.
자, 이렇게 볼 때 세계 문제 무슨 하나님의 구원 섭리 문제 여러 가지 하나님의 고민, 인류의 고민, 우리 개인의 고민, 우리 가정의 고민을 중생 볼 때 그 고민이 무엇이냐면 돈이 문제가 아니고 참 지식이 문제가 아니고 권력이 문제 아닌 문제가 결론이 나온다는 거예요.
So when we see the individual problems, when we in this perspective, in this light, when the individual is fighting, the individual is evil, it is not the money that matters. It is not the knowledge that matters. It is not the power that matters, but the evil self, which matters.
세계전쟁, 뭐 1차, 2차, 3차 전쟁도 큰 문제지만 그거보다는 더 무서운 문제야. 무슨 문제가 하면 내게 있어서의 싸움이 계속되는 것이 무서운 문제다.
The world wars, like World War I, World War II, naturally that's very formidable. But the war within an individual, it may not be that instantly destructive, but we see it is more of a problem than the war. We fight few years and stop. Seriously, more serious is the war that goes on within individual.
종교라든가 이 철학이 지금 인간이 하나님의 존재에 대해 규명하려고 하지만 그것이 문제가 하나님을 규명하고 인간이 갈 길을 알아들어서 내 마음속에 있는 싸움을 전쟁을 평화스럽게 만들 때 평화니 행복이니 이상이니 자유니 찾을 수 없는 것이다.
So it does not matter the salvation, it does not matter philosophy, it does not matter anything. When
종교를 이야기해야지.
or even religion, when the war goes on within mind and body, within an individual, that is more formidable than all these.
자, 종교 세계에서 싸우고 있지.
Even in the religious world, a fight goes on, and it's no exception.
기독교만 해도 몇백 천 개 이상이 전부 다 갈라져가 싸우고 있는 거야.
Within the Christianity itself, there are hundreds of denominations. They conflict each other.
불교니 무슨 뭐 어떤 여기가 싸우고 있는 거야.
And Buddhism too. They fight each other among different sects.
Muslim, Confucius, everything.
Muslim, different schools of Confucianism. You name it. Always there's fight.
거기 하나님이 계실 것 같아?
When this takes place, do you think God can sit and live among them?
싸우는 것이 세계를 위해서, 종교가 세계를 위해서 서로 잘하자고 싸우는 건 좋더래. 싸움 중에 선을 위해 더 세계를 위하고 하나의 땅을 위하고 이런 싸움은 괜찮아요. 자기 종파를 위하고 자기 개체 주장을 위하고.
But take another look at this nature of this fighting. For consolation, to console ourselves, let us think that if they are fighting, all right, they are fighting, but for the sake of promoting better Christianities, or to improve, for the betterment they fight.
세계 큰 것을 위해서.
For the bigger objective and for more good or better things, all the world fight. The people fight each other. Then it is all right. But for the sake of himself,
토요일교 싸우고 있는 거야.
Unification Church too is participating in lots of fighting too, aren't we?
싸우는 것이 뭐냐면 자기 교파를 위해 싸우는 것이 아니야. 나라와 세계를 위해 싸우고 하나를 위해 싸운다게요.
But we are not fighting for ourselves to promote ourselves as such, but for the better world, for the better relationship, for better understanding. To make these happen, we are exerting forces. In other words, we are fighting.
자, 문제는 여러분부터고 여러분 부채끼리 싸우고 부부끼리 싸우고 난 그날 마음이 편안해? 자유가 있어? 행복해?
And let us take a fight for example. When your husband and wife gets into fighting for that day, and then in the afternoon or later in that day, how do you feel? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel happy?
Freedom.
Do you feel free? Do you feel fulfilled? All these.
No.
We can look back and say no.
전 세계가 지금 내가 싸우고 전 세계가 평화의 세계가 됐다 하더라도 내가 싸우고 있는데 무슨 관계가 있어?
Let us say that the world indeed now the world of peace has come. Now out there is a peace everywhere. Everyone is happy. Everyone is peaceful. But what about me? My war has not stopped. Then what good it will do to me? What relationship do I have for this peaceful world which we coveted so much? if my mind and body are fighting? What good it will do?
이 세계 문제, 전 세계 복잡한 문제가 많다고. 여러 문제가 많지만 그 복잡한 문제의 동기는 사람이야. 어? 사람이야. 남자 여자는 두 사람 문제가 이것이 이런 세계적 문제를 전부 포괄하고 있다는 거예요.
Still further, we can examine more closely that every problem we see, we can identify, we can see many problems now
Of the world.
of the world. Every problem, small or large, always begin from man. That means man, either man or women, man or woman, is the cause of these problems. There's no other cause.
두 사람 문제는
No lightning, no nature causes, no earthquake causes the problem. It's a man, especially between men or between women or man and women, man and woman. Two men or man and women causes all the problems.
Is that true?
Isn't that true?
그 남자 여자 전부 다 자기 주장 나는 이렇게 가지고 여자 전부 다 제멋대로 해 제멋대로.
And each man and each woman of so many number want to have in his or her way and never concede.
자, 그러면 여기서 악이 원하는 남자 여자, 선이 원하는 남자 여자 어떤 것이냐 문제가 그리 간다고.
Then we can see and we can distinguish what is man and woman which goodness want. What is man and woman which evil wants, badness wants.
어떤 걸 원해?
What does goodness want of man and women?
그 파괴를 싸움은 파괴를 방지하고 평화스러운 가운데 하나님을 모셔야 된다. 그런 말이야. 이게 전부 다 파괴적 사탄색을 끊어버리고 전부 다 추방했던 하나님을 모셔드리는 거죠.
So goodness want to stop destruction and become peaceful, to invite God in. Such a man and woman, the goodness want.
자, 여러분들이 하나가 되어가지고 몸 마음이 하나가 되어가지고 평화를 거기에 하나님을 모시고 사는 이게 문제라고.
So again, the question is my mind and body harmonious and maintain peace and live along with God inside me? That is the question, which is what goodness want.
그럼 어떻게 되느냐? 절대적인 선의 중심 하나님이 나에게 같이 있고 절대적인 중심되는 하나님이 나와 같이 있기 때문에 그가 주체로 하고 있는 나는 절대적인 존재가 되는 것이다.
The absolute God resides in myself, so therefore I too am absolute because I'm the object to absolute subject. I too am the absolute.
그 absolute subject object making the absolute atmosphere.
So absolute subject and absolute object
peaceful way, peaceful world.
make
No matter how expansion experience, limited way, unlimited way.
Make
atmosphere, peaceful world.
absolute the circumstances.
그 제일 무서운 게 뭐야? 제일 무서운 게 뭐냐? 세계 전쟁이 무섭지 않아. 나라가 망하는 것도 무섭지 않아. 내 자신에 싸워서 망해가는 것이 제일 그것이 어느 누구나 다 같은 공식과 한 사람도 빼놓지 않은 그 싸움 코에 걸려있는 것이 제일 큰 문제라는 거예요.
So the biggest problem is not the biggest war we observe outside. It is the war we observe inside, all of us, without exception, which keeps on demising, keeps on destroying us, and everyone is going, like a formula, everyone is going the same routine, same process, without exception. And this, indeed, is the most formidable problem in the world, not the big wars.
하나님이 있느냐 없느냐 문제. 하나님이 있는데 왜 이렇게 되느냐는 문제가 문제되는 거라고.
Well, then we start to think, what about God? Where is He? If God exists, the Almighty good God exists, why am I become? Why is everyone is individual is becoming like that? Why does he not do anything about that? Why does he not help?
하나님과 하나님이 있다면 하나님은 저 코스 중에 코스로 말이야. 우리 인간은 리졸트 리졸트라는 게 절대로 될 수 없는 관계일 텐데. 하나님과 우리 인간 관계가 이렇게 하나님은 저 평화의 중심인데 우리는 악의 파탄의 중심, 악한 자리에서 있다는 이 두 상반된 이것을 어떻게 이것을 시정하느냐가 중요한 문제라고.
And God and man are inseparable. God is causal being and men are resultant being. The cause and result. It cannot separate. It cannot be the alien. But God is the center of the goodness. The man happens to find himself in the as a center of evil. How we can reconcile? How we can repair? Why are we finding ourselves in this way? These are the very important questions we have to solve.
하나님은 우리 인간과 관계가 무슨 관계일까?
What is God's relationship to man? Is it just no related?
창조주와 피조물의 관계가 무슨 관계냐 이게야?
What is the relationship? What do you call that relationship which exists between the creator and the created? Father and child?
그 father and child라는 그건 뭐냐면 혈통적 관계야. 부자지 관계는 혈통적 관계가 있어야 된다.
Father and child can be said, in other words, it is a lineage. It is a relationship of lineage. That is, it is a relationship of blood relations. In other words,
Inherited bloodline.
the bloodline, same blood. That means.
하나님하고 여러분하고 다 혈통이 연결돼 있어?
So, do you really believe that your blood comes directly from God? God's blood is flowing in you?
자, 하나님이 혈통으로 관계되어 있으면 하나님은 어때? 여러분 하나님도 몸과 마음이 싸울까?
Well, what about God then? Do you think God's mind and body also fight just like we?
왜 너야?
Why? How can you say no?
Absolute being. Absolute being means didn't have two concepts. Only one concept.
When we say absolute, we cannot call two different things, two conflict things and say absolute. Only one concept.
유일무이라는 이런 컨셉 하나님이 절대적이라는 말은 것은 둘이 갈라져 있지 않다.
So when we say absolute God, that means God's mind and body is one, never ever two. Therefore, we can call God absolute.
자, 그런데 그런 absolute being의 그저 inheriting 그 children이 왜 하나님과 완전히 몸과 마음이 하나 될 텐데 왜 이렇게 갈라졌어? 왜 싸우게 됐어?
Then the very child of that absolute being manifests completely different properties. Now, the men fighting, how it become like this? Extreme, the opposite. Why have men become like this?
문제가 여기 있는 거야. 문제. 왜 절대적 하나님이 만드신 이상적인 하나님이 자기 아들, 딸 자기 상대로 지으는데 파트너 지은 그 존재가 자기보다 못하기를 바라는 사람이 있는 거야.
We can reason very simply that God, who created his children, man, in other words, created as ideal, as to good being, that is what God intended. We know that. And why did it result in completely different self? Completely different individual.
너들 나쁜 파이팅하는 너희들 자신들을 봐도 또 너희들이 사랑하는 상대 남편이든가 사랑하는 아들 딸들이 자기보다 못하기를 바래. 자기보다 낫기를 바래.
And even us, even you, when you
after fallen
give birth,
generation. generation, even after fallen generation, us.
Even the fall, after fall, even fallen generation, us. When we give birth to a child, when we
사랑하는 상대.
when we to spouse, we want our spouse to be better than my standard, better than myself, let alone God.
어들에 자기 사랑하는 상대가 10배 낫길 바래, 100배 낫길 바래.
So come to think of it, remember yourself that do you want your spouse to be 10 times better than you, or the worse, the lower than you,
100 times.
or 100 times better than you?
Which one?
Which one?
100 times 그 말이야. 1,000 times. Which one do you like?
100 times or 1,000 times?
10,000. 뭐 unlimited. 왜? 사랑의 상대는 것은 자기 파트너하고 말이야. 아들 딸밖에 없어. 자기 사랑하는 상대 남편과 아내와 아들 딸밖에 없다.
The counterpart of love, only two kinds. That is one's spouse and the children.
Is that true? 여러분 아들 딸들이 여러분들 멋을 바라는 수 없다고. 자기 남편 아내가 매도 천몇 배 낫기를 바라는 거라고.
And there is no couple, there's no mother, there's no father who wants their children less than they, not better than they. There's no such a thing. They want their children to be 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times better than himself.
Unlimited times.
Unlimited times better, infinitely better than yourself.
Is that true?
Is that true? So true?
자, 늘 타락한 사람이 그렇다면 하나님 못 들을까?
Even the fallen man feel like that. Then you can deduce, you can understand, you can imagine what God would want of us. What about God? About his children?
His children and his partnership.
And his partner also, his spouse, so to speak, his spousal position. Do you want? Do you think God wants them to be even 1,000 times better than even God?
Yes or no? 그럴 수밖에. 우리 인간의 타락한 인간이 이렇게 매도 억만배 사랑의 상대 자녀들이 그를 바라는데 그 어디 그 근원이 하나님이에요. 하나님으로 도왔기 때문에 하나님도 그렇지 않을 수 없다는 거예요.
Yes, that is the right conclusion. That's a safe and right conclusion. Even even the fallen generations want their children 100 times better than they themselves. So does God want. So the God wants his children, his creation, 100 times better than himself. That mind came from God, no one else.
그렇다면 어떻게 돼서 하나님이 그렇게 원하는 그렇게까지 원한다는 하나님 앞에 있어서의 사람을 하나님이 자녀를 만들고 사랑하는 파트너십으로 만들었다면 어떻게 돼서 싸우는 이런 인간이 되어버린 얘기야.
Then if this is true, if it is very God who wants so badly, 100 times better than himself, in such an intense God's loving desire, and the resultant being his children became very low down, like we admit.
Infighting.
Infighting forms.
Infighting existence.
Infighting existence. How?
This is reality. I cannot deny that.
This is reality.
This is not concept. This is reality.
And we're not dealing with the concepts because we are explaining the reality.
어때? 사실이 아니야.
Isn't it true? We are far, far, far from what God wants us to be. And how did it happen like that?
지금까지 수많은 종교주다 수많은 성들이 와서 전부 다 세상을 구하기 와서 외적 세간만 생각했지 이 사람을 중심한 몸 마음의 싸움에 대한 전쟁을 끝이라고 생각하는 성인 없어.
And come to think of it, looking back at all religions and religious leaders,
Many saints appear on the earth.
religious leaders have been dealing with the manifested phenomena, like the system, the society, the war, all these outside phenomena, everything except himself, except the man, no religious leader truly pointed out and put enough emphasis on individual wars and individual, which is the crux of the matter. Isn't that strange? But it is. Everyone looked at the outside, never inside.
그 암만 생각해 이건 모르게 돼 있어. 모르게 돼 있다고. 암만 뭐 성인 나왔다 이건 모르게 돼 있어.
And the saints and the religious leaders, you name it, it's by them. It's beyond them. They could not even comprehend.
이 문제를 해결하면 인류의 평화의 세계라든가 인류의 희망의 세계는 찾지 못해.
Naturally, without getting into this realm, the human problem can never be addressed or solved.
자, 그래서 이 휴먼 프로블럼 일으킨 사람이 누구냐 이야. 그래. 뿌리를 뽑으려면 그것이 누가 그런 일을 했느냐 이야.
We have to look at the root of all the problem in individual, identify the problem, and we have to take the root out before we can expect the problem to be solved. Then, where this come from? Who began this, or where is this root come from?
하나님으로부터 아담 헤아로부터.
Is that from God, or is that from Adam and Eve?
그러니까 문제야. 아담인데 이브에서 문제가 있으면 하나님의 뜻과 달라졌다 하는 걸 알아.
If so, then we are a step closer to the solution. If it began Adam and Eve, then God's desire did not fulfill in Adam and Eve. We can conclude that way.
이 문제는 여기는 하나님이 개재하지 않았다. 개재할 수 없다. 이렇게 되는 거예요.
We also can deduce that here God is not a part of it. God cannot take part in men becoming far from God's ideal.
그럼 누구로부터 시작했을 것인가?
Then you can even step further say, who then did it begin? Who this dividing began?
아담에는 몰랐어. 아무도 모를 때야.
Adam and Eve did not even know what was going on, even themselves.
아담에를 관리하던 천사장이 있었다고야.
But we know that there was an archangel who was administering, who were ministering Adam and Eve. And he is the cause of Adam and Eve separating like this. And their mind and body separating like this.
자, 그러면 이 싸움의 조상이 누구냐? 싸우게 한 조상이 누구냐? 이게 문제라고.
The fighting we see all the time here, so much around us, who is the ancestor of fighting? In other words, who began the fighting, taking after which everybody started fighting? Who is the root of fighting, in other words? Who is the beginner of a fighting?
루스퍼는 말 그 비약이야.
And the infamous, the originator of fighting. Lucifer, of course, that's jumping to conclusion. That is right, but that's jumping to conclusion. That does not have enough steps to lead to that conclusion.
그럼 아담이 좋아하고 말이야. 해와가 좋아하고. 그다음에 루시퍼 이 조상될 수 있는 아담 해와 외에 이것이 미성은 하나님과 관계 안 됐기 때문에 미성은 완성한 데 있다. 완성한 중간에서 지금 사고가 벌어지는데 아담이 좋아하고 해와가 좋아하는 제일 좋아하는 것, 또 하나님이 제일 좋아하는 것 이런 문제가 있을 것이다.
So there must be a being which Adam happened to like. Adam likes very much. Eve likes very much. Also, God loves very much. There must be some being which could have caused the problem, if not God.
그럼 하나님이 제일 좋아하는 건 뭐야?
Then who is the one who God loves most? Who is the being which God, who God loves most? Adam and Eve, yes, his own children.
완성한 아담. 하나님의 뜻에 맞게끔 된 완성한 아담. 해와다.
True, but we can see Adam and Eve, but not just any Adam and Eve, but Adam and Eve who have perfected, just like God want them to be. At that time, he was not perfected. There was no relationship between God and Adam and Eve yet.
그 완성했으면 어떻게 됐을까?
So let us take a moment to imagine if Adam and Eve grew steadily and grew into perfection successfully and become like God's own image, then what would have happened? What would have happened? What would have happened if this happened?
하나님이 뭘 좋아? 하나님이 원하는 게 뭐겠어? 하나님이 원하는 게 뭐겠어? 돈이야? 지식이야?
What is it which God wants? Is it the material or the money, or is it the knowledge?
And authority?
Or the authority which God wants?
God did not account three.
God does not want all of these things. He already has these.
하나님이 뭘
Then what is it which God wants so much, so very much?
True love, partnership. True love이기 전에 상대가 필요한다. 상대.
Yes, true love, but for true love to come into being, then a counterpart, his
왜? 하나님도
spouse or portion.
혼자는 외로워.
Because he too, like we all can understand, is very lonely all by himself. Even God, very lonely by himself.
선생님도 저 어머니가 없으면 불쌍한 선생님이라고 그러지.
Like even father, even father, if mother does not exist, is not there, then everyone can go, oh, how pitiful he is.
멜랑콜리원, 멜랑콜리.
Melancholy, father will feel in. Unhappy,
하나님 어디 갔나?
has nothing. What about God?
하나님도 눈이 있고 오관이 다 있는데 상대가 없으면 나 필요 없어. 눈 뭘 봐? 상대 보기 하고 그 오관 뭘 봐? 상대 때문에 생긴 거야? 자기 때문에 생기는 거 아니라고?
God has five senses too. He has his eyes, just like us, ears and nose, or five senses. But if he has nobody to look at, what would the eyes do? What is the purpose of eyes? If there's nobody to listen to, what good would the ears do?
Five sense는 상대 때문에 필요한 거예요.
Five senses are for the sake of others, to receive for the sake.
파트너, love partnership.
And it is to recognize the partner.
눈이 눈 보게 생겨서 귀가 귀 위해서 입이 아니에요. 코 때문에 손이 손 때문에 이게 상대 때문에.
Eyes never exist to see yourself. It is for the spouse. The ear not to hear your own voice, but the spouse's voice.
Mouth too, everything. Five senses, same meaning.
All five senses the same.
알겠어? 하나님도 우리 가졌기 때문에 그 보고 맞고 네 얘기하고 뭘 하게 파트너가 필요하다. 파트너가.
So to have a full use of these five senses, God too needs his partner.
무슨 파트너?
What partner?
Not money partner, knowledge partner, not power.
Knowledge partner, so that they can share the knowledge and talk such enjoyment out of this. Yes.
무슨 파트너야?
What partner?
Love partner.
Love partner.
What kind of love? True. Absolute love.
True love and absolute love.
Forever
Only
love.
one kind of love.
Forever love.
And love which lasts forever. Forever love.
그런 파트너가 하나님 필요했다. 그 필요한 파트너 때문에 우주를 창조했다. 이렇게 나오는 거예요.
So we can see that God needs these absolute love and in order to have that, for that purpose, he created the whole creation for love. For him to have a spouse.
그런 그 하나님의 true love 파트너를 가졌느냐 못 가졌느냐 하는 문제가 문제되는 거야.
The partner rather, and to question whether God has true partner or not, that is the crucial, the crux of the questions.
못 가졌지.
Then the answer is rather obvious, isn't it? He does not have these the partner, does he?
그럼 하나님 지금까지 상세 이후에 인간의 그 파트너가 안 됐다 할 때는 하나님 지금까지 외로운 하나님이야, 슬픈 하나님이야, 불쌍한 하나님이야, 행복한 하나님이야.
Then you understand almost everything. Do you know? Then do you think the God is happy God, Almighty God, the God everybody envies, or God has been a miserable God, saddest God, God has nothing, God is truly pitiful? What kind of God is real God is? What kind of God is real God? Is he a happy God or is he a sad God? Is he miserable or is he's a glorious God?
하나님이 아담 해원에도 추방했다는 사실은 모든 전체를 다 뒤집어.
The fact that God has chased Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden means everything has become meaningless, everything has become chaotic, everything has become different from its original meanings.
하나님은 사랑의 본질적인 참 사랑을 주고 사랑할 수 있는 주의 입장에서 아직까지 사랑을 한번 해보지 못하고 사랑의 상대를 좀 놔놓고 말도 해보지 만지지 못했고 즐겨보지 못한 하나님이라는 결론이 나온다고.
We can safely conclude that God has created such a magnificent creation, including his partner, yet today he lost everything and he has nothing. He does not have anything for the creation, the purpose of creation.
그 어디래? 그 joyful God이야, sorrowful God이야.
Is he a joyful God or a sorrowful God?
그 sorrowful God 앞에 기성교 종교들 하나님 우리 죄를 다 맡아서 용서해서 그런 용서할 수 없는 죄악이 어디 있어?
Then for such a miserable God and a pitiful God, sad God, sorrowful God, here the Christians are, oh God, please, forgive me all of my sin and save me, and save me, at best me. And what kind of the lunatic action is it? What kind of an unfair action? What kind of a far from the point action and thinking is man of religion today doing? Such a God. He's asking to do this and to do that.
네, 그렇기 때문에 이 세상이 끝날에 가까운 갈수록 이 세계를 하나님이 완전히 포기하지 않을 수 없다는 차버리지 않을 수 없는 일은 세상에 들어가야 돼.
So the cause and the result is now showing so painfully clear to this end of the times. So there's nothing God can have a smallest attachment to. So when the end of the time comes, all things are the object of God just trying to sweep everything away. God does not even want to look at it or think about it.
자, 하나님에게서는 하나님의 계획 같은 창조 이성은 반대적인 우리 인간이 된 것만은 틀림없다.
And there's no question that God has an ideal in the very beginning, and today, this end of the world, end of the times, he sees completely opposite reality than what he desired. No question about this conclusion.
타락하기 전에서는 그 하나님의 사랑이 우리 인간의 조상의 사랑이 될 것이었다.
But if the man didn't fall, Adam and Eve, the ancestor of a man, didn't fall, that God's absolute love would have been ours, mine today.
그럼 그
Would have been.
그 사랑을 통해서 혈통을 이어받아가지고 몸마음이 하나 된 거기서 하나 되고 그다음 부부가 하나 되고 아들 딸이 하나 되고 평화의 세계가 자연적으로 이루어질 건 틀림없는 것이다. 왜? 하나님이 살아있기 때문에.
And this world would have been with the individual, all of the individual, his mind and body become loving one, and such an individual would have a united family, the family which love each other. And full of these families is what would have been today if God's desire, God's ideal would have been fulfilled.
그러면 이제 몸 마음이 싸우게 된 동기를 우리는 확실히 규명해야 되겠다.
So now we have to truly understand, we have to clearly understand very reason, very origin where our mind and body started fighting. That's a root.
확실히 알아야 돼.
Clearly we have to understand this root.
자, 여러분들이 어디서 여러분이 생명이 존재의 기원이 생명이 어디서부터 출발했냐?
Where did life begin? The life which is the very base of our existence. Life.
어디서 출발해?
Where did life begin?
여러분의 생명이 어디서 출발했냐 말이야.
Where did your life begin? Life.
부모의 사랑에서부터야.
Parents, and more particularly,
Parent
the
love.
love between the parents.
Is that true? 그 love between parents가 말이야. 이것이 하나님과 하나 되었으면 전부 다가 파이팅 컨셉이 없어. 그 love parents가 서로 싸웠다.
And if this love between the parents would have been God-like love, then the fighting would never have taken place.
아담 해와가 사랑하자고 하는데 아담은 싫어했고 아담이 사랑하자는데 서로 반대되는 입장을 썼다. 사랑의 근본이 틀렸기 때문에 이렇게 됐다.
So Adam wanted love, but the Eve did not comply. That is
반대. 이브 됐대. 이브가 아담을 유혹하지 않았어.
And Eve seduced Adam. Adam wanted to go a certain way, but Eve brought Adam into her way, and that began the beginning of this conflict.
사랑의 투쟁이 벌어졌다.
So this fighting or the conflict of God, of love.
그렇지 않으면 이렇게 싸우는 전제가 나올 수 없어. 동기가 싸웠기 때문에 싸우는 결과가 나온 거야.
So the motivation or the cause started this fighting, or else the result can never come into like this.
알겠어? 그러니까 아담 해와가 거짓 사랑의 거짓 부모가 된 것은 거짓 사랑에 의한 것이다 하는 결론이 나온다고.
Then we can conclude that the fighting came from the root of the false love, the forced love. Adam came into being as a love, but a false love.
Do you understand? 그게 오리진이야, 오리진.
And that is the very origin.
거기서부터 이 아담 해와 싸우는 하나님이 싫어하고 모든 우리 생리적으로 전부 반대하는 거야. 본래 하나님 사랑과 중에 하나 될 건데 반대되는 사랑에 끌려나갈 때 전부가 상충된 사랑의 부모로부터 연결되어 있기 때문에 여러분의 몸 마음이 싸우지 않을 수 없는 결과라는 당연한 결과다.
So this very origin of Adam and Eve's the false love gave rise to all the conflicts after that. The millions of billions of relationships like that just hate to go along with the original love because it's a completely different kind of love they started. So today we see that's how it started, and we see as a result everyone is different from that of God.
그것이 중간에 사고가 생겼다는 논리를 우리는 잘 수 있는 거예요.
So we can clearly see that God's desire began, but something happened in the process, some accident, and today we are way out there.
그러니까 하나님 모르가 하나님의 근본을 모르는 거야.
So we do not know God. We do not know our own root. We do not know our own origin.
그래서 하나님이 그런 쫓아내지 않을 수 없는 거야, 이놈 자식들아. 추방 않을 수 없는 거라. 나하고 관계없다게.
Then we see the record in the Bible that God chased Adam and Eve, his own loving children, chased out and say, you have nothing to do with me.
그 결과에 보면 말이에요. 거짓 생명, 거짓
So false.
사랑에 거짓 사랑에 의해서 생명, 혈통.
So that Adam and Eve's the false love resulted in
혈통이야.
false love and false life, and also false lineage. The lineage changed. It does not come from God.
그러니까 여기는 참된 말이에요. 참된 거짓과 참된 상충이 벌어졌다.
But then the contrasting being means is that it would have been true love and true life and true lineage. But now these two are conflicting each other. They are fighting each other.
사랑, 생명 마찬가지고 혈통.
Any power that want to go to true direction, the false direction will wage on a fight. So always there's a fight. So from true to false, these are again fighting each other.
그래서 여기 경계선에 거짓 사랑의 경계선에 생겼다.
And there's a big borderline, the wall, the formidable, insurmountable wall here.
그래서 여기서 아담 해로부터 지금까지 역사입니다. 전 세계 8단계.
So from Adam and Eve, there's eight different stages: individual to family to clan and nation, the spirit world and God. 8 stages. It expanded. False life extended.
자, 그래서 참된 자기를 찾자. 몇 단계 잃어버렸어. 이게 8단계. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
So in order for us to find back, to rediscover or the trace back, find the true self, how many steps have we lost? We lost 8 steps. True individual, true himself within a family, and true himself within society, and the like. We lost 8 stages of himself, or myself.
그거 생각해봤어?
Have you ever thought that way?
어떨까 이거? 이거 틀림없는 사실인데.
And these are so tragically true.
자, 여기 개인에서 이 세계를 전부 다 이겨가지고 여기 넘어가야 돼.
So this is so true within me, no way denying.
이거 전부 다 이겨가지고 넘어가야 사탄 세계를 벗어나는 거예요.
And just becoming repairing oneself is not good enough, because even if I am repaired, my family is not. That means 8 stages you have to repair yourself and win over that, and before you can move from false domain into true domain. How do you propose to accomplish this
그래.
in your lifetime?
그럼 거짓 사랑의 주인이 누구냐 이야.
Who is the subject of the false love? Satan.
세이탄 누구냐면 하나님의 사랑의 간두야.
Then you know enough to say, what is Satan? Satan is adulterating the partner of God, or God's love enemy.
사탄이 뭐냐면 하나님의 사랑을 파탄시키는 적이야.
What is Satan? The Satan is the destroyer of God's love. His main profession is to destroy God's love everywhere. That's Satan's main work.
하나님들 8단계 여가 세계를 전부 다 이게 이 가르쳤는데 전부 다 8단계 경계선이 되는 거야. 경계선 이걸 전부 다 이걸 뚫고 넘어가서 이거 넘어가야 되는 거야.
And here in God's world too, have 8 stages, and we have to get here. So in order to get here, we have to penetrate all these 8 different stages when we win over before we move up here.
바운드리 돼. 바운드리 전부 다 바운드리.
And each 8 stages is a big wall, big boundary. You cannot simply jump from individual to family level.
그래서 이게 뭐 내추럴 이게 뭐야 감옥이야 제일.
And this is a natural prison within ourselves.
개인
8
단보다도
stages.
가정단이 그 가정단보다도 더 종족단이 종족단 민족단 국가단 세계단이 단이 더 점점 크다는 거야.
And as you rise up, it's more difficult. The wall is higher and higher. From individual to family, difficult as it is, it's less difficult compared to, let's say, from clan to nation. That's a big fight over there. Big wall over there.
그 해방 어떻게 해방해야 돼?
And how are we going to liberate this?
그래서 여기서 이걸 넘어가야 돼.
Is a practical matter, not the conceptual matter.
이걸 탈출해야 돼. 탈출.
To come out of here and enter into this new realm of true realm, we must do. We have to escape here and gain entry here.
성경 그래서 죽고자 하는 자는 이걸 여기 있으면 여기서 그냥 삶은 죽는 거야. 이거 죽고자 하는 생사를 이렇게 투철해야 살고자 하는 죽는다는 거지.
And it takes it takes a life and death venture to jump from here to here. Do you suppose? Therefore, it's so difficult, impossibly difficult. Only life, risking life, this is maybe possible. So the Bible said, those who are willing to die will live. But those who are not willing to die, that means those who are willing to live will die. That means they are not going to live. That means they die.
이러한 문제가 있던 다 모르고 살아.
Simple, but there is this problem of these relations exist is the fate of a human being. No human being in history has ever
문제는 내가 해방돼가지고 아내가 필요하고, 내가 해방돼가지고 아들딸이 필요하고, 내가 해방돼가지고 가정이 필요하고, 내가 해방돼가지고 나라가 필요하고, 내가 해방돼가지고 세계가 필요하고, 하늘 땅에 하나님이 필요한 거야. 내가 해방 다 무용지물이 되는 거야.
So, listen, I must be liberated first before I can get into the family level. I must be liberated first before I can belong to the clan. If I must be liberated before I belong to a nation and even to spiritual, to God. If I am not liberated, then even if I rise up to this each level, it does not mean anything.
이게 너들이 이 문제를 선생님이 말하는 것이 참이라면 영원한 영계가 딱 이런 담에 걸려 있어. 천국은 저기 있고 너들은 지옥 이편에서 그것을 사모하면서 추구하면서 언제 그걸 넘어야 할 운명에 머무르는 날이야.
And this is a very realistic matter, because when we go to spirit world, if we do not liberate ourselves, the heaven is there, right in front of us, before our eyes. But since we have not liberated ourselves, we are yearning to heaven, which is right in our neighborhood, but cannot go in. Always looking for thousands of years to liberate themselves, which is difficult to do in the spirit world, and come into this world.
오늘 기도에서 믿음은 구원을 갖고 그런 미친 녀석들 없어.
And today, the Christianity teaches, believe, then you will be saved. That is not true. That is insane. That is out of the reason.
Foolish guy.
That's a very foolish. That is very wrong. It does not amount to anything.
그들이 통일교대에서 레브렌 헤레틱 어들게.
And such a meaning of nonsense, the people of nonsense call Unification Church or Reverend Moon as heretic.
알겠어 무슨 말인지?
Do you understand?
자, 그래서 우리 어떻게 혈통적으로 잘못된 거 알았다. 혈통적으로 잘못된 부정할 수 없는 거 알았다고. 혈통적으로 거짓 사랑, 거짓 간부로 말미암았다는 사실. 그러면 그 사탄이는 하나님이 이상하는 모든 사랑의 가정과 사랑을 파탄시키는 거야. 그런 세계가 땅 위에 나타나거든 끝날이 되는 것을 알아라. 지금이 바로 그때야. 저기 미국 같은 나라 완전히 가정 파트야. 프리섹스, 호모섹슈얼,
So this,
레스피안, 드라고 완전히 개인 멸종, 가정 파탄, 국가 판도 완전히 부정할 수 있는 판도를 하나님이 이 상을 성사모시켜 완전히 전부 다 파도에 타겟으로 놔둬보는 거예요.
so Satan, the super destroyer, the one that destroys effectively. Then when this destruction is rampant, then Bible warned that the end of the days are near. End of the days are near. Look at America, for instance. Individual is devastated. They're AIDS, and they have all these the homosexuals and lesbians, all these the different nature of a man from God, and also the family. Satan has done a super job in destroying the families now. What family is hanging on threads? The nation, nobody has any respect about the nation because they're too busy to pay attention to the individual, not even family, individual. So Satan really did the devastating destruction to this world, to this country.
거기 반대 이런 망하는 반대 통을 껴가지고 교체하는 거야.
So when the complete destruction comes, there's a new bud of a new life and new generation emerges. That, though it may be humble, to them it may look, but that's the unification church. Strong, it's full of life, even though small.
사탄 세계는 개인 중심, 가정 중심, 모든 센터가 다 중심, 센터 간섭이 없다고. 그러면 통을 끄는 개인 중심, 가정 전부 센터 간섭으로 하나님까지도 해방할 수 있는 것을 가려나가더라고요. 완전히 교체들 이건 멸망하고 올라가는 거예요.
So one destroys, the whole world sinks down to destruction at the end of the days. The few rises up. And their aspiration is not only to save himself, but to save the whole world. Not only that, save God too. And that is emerging. That is the unification church.
이 사랑의 간부가 파탄시키는 모든 걸 하나님이 반대로 창조해 나가는 거예요.
The Satan who is adultery, the love enemy to God, destroy everything. That same world which Satan destroyed, God is now the recreation.
알겠어? 무슨 말인지?
Do you follow?
종교선에서 그런 거 이거 바꿔치는 거 여기에 끼워서 죽어서는 안 되는 거야.
So here, it's a transfer of the times, and a bit confusing, but we should not be confused in this transferring time.
빨리 언제 창세기 지금까지 된 것이 몇 년 동안에 교체돼 버린 거야. 우물우물하던 다.
It took thousands of years for God to create, and it took thousands of years to become as bad as like today, but it is going to be mended in a few hours, so to speak, a few days.
자, 그럼 여러분들이 이렇기 때문에 타락은 무엇으로 말미암아 했느냐 하면 그래서 음란으로부터 타락했다는 결론이 우리 타락 원리를 얘기할 수 있는 거예요. 타락 원리 하기 전에 이 얘기를 다 해야 된다고.
So simply put, the root of the whole problem was the sexual behavior by lewd the sexual behavior. In other words, not so holy like God intended.
사탄은 음란의 신이다. 음란의 신이야.
So the Satan's world is that immoral world.
하나님은 뭐예요? 순결의 주께서. 순. 순결의 신.
So the Satan is immoral God, and God is the pure God. God of a pure chastity.
순결.
Yeah, 순결. Pure. 순결, again, since the Western world does not have very strong moral concept. Pure is as fast as close as it can come, but 순결 is far more than pure. Pure is without foreign, that's all. But 순결 means you have to go so many trials, still keep purity in you.
이게
That's
무엇을
순결.
말해요? 혈통은 핏줄을 말하는 거예요. 핏줄.
That means, especially that means, 순결 means the clean lineage. There's no such a concept as clean lineage. But clean lineage means 순결.
그래서 사탄 세계는 지금 음란의 세계는 악마의 세계야.
So, satanic world is the world of immorality and is ungodly.
자 이렇게 하려는 시간이 많이 가고. 자 그러면 이제는 아는 것이 하나님과 사탄에 대해서 알았어. 타락의 음란으로 타락했다. 알았다.
So we have to clearly teach the principle of fall. At least now we know the cause of this confusion and this the immorality today. A cause of fighting also.
그러면 몸과 마음이 왜 이렇게 싸우냐?
Then we can closer examine why is mind and body fighting so much.
자 이게 지금 사탄이 사랑 거짓 사랑으로 말미암아 몸과 마음이 상처가 벌어졌는데 어디에 몸 마음이야 몸 마음?
Because of Satan, the rift between mind and body
양심,
came into being.
양심, 몸은 육신.
And here's mind, here's a body, and in mind there is conscience, and in body.
이거 나야. 하나님은 이게 사탄도 안 되게 본래 이 마음은 어떤 세계는 하나님의 속에 있어. 몸은 어떤 세계는 사탄의 속에.
Even Satan knows what is unprincipled. Even Satan knows what's wrong. Even Satan knows that he's doing something wrong. Even Satan knows. And mind came from God, and body came from Satan, so to speak.
왜 양심이 하나님의 속에 있는 이야기야?
So the conscience know that the body too must follow mind. The conscience know. Why?
왜 양심이 하나님의 속에 있는 이야기야?
Why the conscience came from God, belong to God?
양심 종쪽이야.
Because conscience is vertical,
그래서
straightforward vertical.
하나님의 속에 버티칼 이거 이상적인 버티칼은 하나밖에 없어.
There's only one
버티칼 하나밖에.
ideal vertical. Fathers repeatedly taught us that.
그래서 양심 그래서 하나님의 속에 되는 플러스탁이야.
So that in God's world that is plus.
자 사탄이가 이 아담의 혀를 유인해 가지고 관계해으로 말미암아 이 플러스되는 양심 세계는 이건 하나님 이 사탄도 아는 거야. 양심 세계 하나님의 속에 있는 걸 알기 때문에 사랑 관계를 맺음으로 말미암아 이 버티칼에 대해서 횡적이야 이게 마이너스. 이 몸에 이 몸뚱이에 뿌리를 박지 않을 수 없다. 루트.
So the conscience, which is a vertical line, absolute vertical line, comes directly from God. So this is what helps us to know what is right or what is wrong. But mind is living in body. So since body belongs to that of Satan, horizontal, it cannot help but live in it, because the spirit cannot live without body.
이게 바로 플러스 마이너스.
Not while they are on earth.
이게 플러스 마이너스야.
So this is plus and this is minus.
God 플러스 세탄에서 마이너스 벌써.
Mind and body.
자 여기 이렇게 돼 가지고 이게 플러스 마이너스 하나 될 텐데 이게 플러스가 돼 버렸다. 사랑을 중상 플러스가 돼 버렸다. 그래서 상충이 벌어지는 거예요.
So if God is plus and Satan is minus, then there will be no problem, because at least they are in conformity of the principal shape. But this Satan, what is supposed to be in minus body position, turned into plus. So here's a plus, legitimate plus, and here this should have been legitimate minus, but turned into.
이 몸뚱이가 이게 거짓 사랑의 뿌리가 돼요. 거짓 사랑. 몸뚱이가 거짓 사랑의 뿌리가 되는 거예요.
So the body now is embedded as the root of a true false love. Root of true false love is body.
여기 싸우는 거예요.
So therefore, it's fighting each other.
문제는 뭐냐면 이것을 어떻게 없애버리냐.
The question is then how to nullify this, how to chase this away, or how to destroy this, or how to do away with these.
이게 만약에 타락하전 이것이 전부 다 양심 중사가 하나님의 만큼 완성 단계까지 올라갔으면 말이야. 여기 이것이 자연히 몸뚱이가 상대가지고 플러스 마이너스 하고 하나 되게 되어 있는 거야. 그 공명체야, 공명체. 공명이라 공.
So originally,
공명.
mind and body, one being a subject and the other being perfect object, and if one sounds, the other sounds just as well, like a resonance, resonance. It does not have to be connected by air. It sounds the same. That sensitive harmony, mind and body, should have been.
타락의 사랑으로 말미암아 이것이 플러스가 되어버렸던 거예요.
So because of a fall, which was an accident, which was a fall, something which God did not intend, will turn into plus and plus.
그래서 그러면 어째서 양심이 지금까지 너들어들에 육신이 양심을 끌고 돼, 양심이 육신을 끌고 돼.
We are very much conscious of conscience. Very much conscious of conscience. Everybody understands, oh, I have a conscience. Conscience always tells. But is conscience always beaten by evil body, or conscience always wins over evil body? What is the probability? What is your experience? Which one usually wins in you? Body or conscience?
바디 문제 바디가 언제 마음대로 끌고 다녀.
Yes, mind actually has a very small portion of your activity, our activity, but body seems to dictate. That's only when we come to think of it.
그랬더니 끌리게 되어서 양심은 많은 눈물을 흘리고 슬퍼하는 거야.
And conscience always be driven by body all the time, and they're sad, and they shed a lot of tears in their lifetime.
양심 뭐 이러면 하나님으로 돌아가고 하나님의 사랑과 하나님을 주고 삼아가지고 절대 이상적인 세계에 갈 건데 그를 갈 텐데 이 악마로 말면 그를 거꾸로 들으면 얼마나 비통하다는 거야.
Conscience know which world he's destined to go. Even though today reality is hell, conscience always know that they must be in heaven, not in hell. Conscience, that's what conscience keep reminding us. But body always drags conscience or mind, the whole self, wherever they want to. And liberation.
양심 해방 시대가 와야 된다.
So sort of there should be an age of liberation of conscience come. Age of liberation of conscience. My conscience is fettered now. We have to liberate conscience so that conscience can do whatever he wants to do.
Understand? Yes. 그래 어디서 고장난 걸 알았다고. 여기 몸에서 고장난 걸 알았다고.
At least we fine-tuned now. We know where the problem began. Problem began where? Problem began in body.
그 바디 뭐야? 서생장성 완성. 여기서부터 장성 완성부터 떨어졌다.
So as we know, Adam and Eve didn't fall in perfection. No, Adam and Eve were growing towards perfection, but in a growth stage, perfection of the growth stage, mankind fell.
여기 이까지 올라갔더니 이건 뭐 하나님은 절대 하나님의 상대 돼가지고 타락이 없어. 여기는 천국 올라가야 돼. 천국.
Once Adam and Eve reached the perfection stage, then there is never fall possible. No matter what he does, he will not fall. He cannot help but go heaven. There's no chance he cannot go to heaven. 100% he goes to heaven.
이랬으면 이게 천국이야 천국. 천국이 꽉 찼더니 이것을 잃어버렸기 때문에 천국은 비어 있는 거야. 허공.
So we can even see what is hell and what is heaven.
허공이다.
It is not anything except anywhere except this is hell, and here is heaven. After Adam and Eve become perfect, become completely one with God, automatically heaven. This is a heaven.
자, 그러면
Anything anywhere else is a hell.
왜 이렇게
Now heaven is empty.
왜 몸이 마음을 끌게 되냐면 타락할 때, 장성 완성급에서 타락할 때 그때의 거짓 사랑의 힘이 양심의 힘보다 더 강했다는 거예요. 이거 문제라고. 거짓 사랑의 관계의 힘이 양심의 힘보다는 강했다는 거예요.
Why did the evil body get the better of the good mind? That is because when the fall took place, that power of a false love was a bit stronger than the power of the true love.
둘다 컨센스.
The concept of true love at the time. Conscience.
컨센스.
Conscience.
러브를 말하면 안 되지.
Conscience. It's not love, it's a conscience. Conscience was weaker than the power of false love. In other words, false love was stronger than conscience.
Do you understand?
So it got better of it.
When Adam and Eve connecting the fallen time, low power. At that time, concept more powerful. At the time, conscious power. Do you understand? That is problem. 그 타락한 세상의 남녀들이 결혼을 반대하면 밧줄을 메고 강한 투신자살하는 일이 두 사람의 생명을 마음대로 끌고 가다 죽일 수 있는 힘을 갖고 있다는 거예요.
And even false love, the power of love is tremendous. We see that all the time, don't we? Because the boy and girl, man and woman, for whatever reason, usually their surroundings will never permit them to get married. What do? They jump in the river, don't they? Together. Not only herself or himself, but they die together, don't they? And it's so powerful, we can see everywhere.
So powerful, that's a problem.
And that is a problem. The power of love, even false love, is so powerful. But we got to have a stronger conscience.
똑똑히 알았어? 어디서 사고 났다고 알아? 어디서 사고 났다고 알아야 된다고.
Do you understand clearly now? We've got to understand where the accident took place. And why are we
문제는
like we are
뭐냐면
today?
양심보다는 더 강한 사탄의 사랑을 격파하는 것이 문제다.
So the conclusion, very simple, is to destroy the false love or the urge to false love or the temptation of false love. Destroy it the moment you detect it. That powerful surge within yourself, more than your conscience, stronger than conscience. That false love power we must destroy. That's secret. That's it.
이것을 전부 다 포스로 프레시 바디를 말이야 푸시 다운하게 이할 컨센스 리프트업 하는 거예요.
So that's what the religious life is all about, isn't it? To press down the desire of carnal desire of a body, and the conscience will be automatically hoisted up and up.
그래서 종교가 왜 하나님이 이걸 하나님이 아는 거야. 이걸 알기 때문에 종교를 세웠다. 종교 세운 목적이 뭐냐? 종교 세운 목적이 뭐냐면 몸뚱이 세계를 전파하기 위함이다. 폭파하기 위한 것이다.
So God knew these, and God introduced, God brought into being the human life religion. What does religion do? Religion helps an individual to suppress their body and to uplift their mind. or conscience.
전면.
That's what all religion do.
이거 이 몸뚱이를 파괴시켜가지고 제로고 저 영점 만들기 운다. 이게 저 종교 목적이야.
And to nullify the power of body or their desire, and to bring up and make stronger the conscience.
육신 파괴하는 얘기를 강조하라고 칼비프사도 아니야 이게.
So it's not the concept; it's to destroy.
How
Destroy body.
How much that make that destroy these bodies passionate, absolute passionate. This is religious purpose. Do you understand?
Destroy the body is religion.
제로.
Religion's concept. Purpose, and
그래.
never.
종교 믿음으로 그러면 구원 얻잖아. 나 천국 가고 믿음으로 천국 가고 믿음으로 무슨 나고 가지 않아.
So isn't it so clear that believing in religion, we can never be saved? How can we be saved by believing in religion? Religion's purpose is not that. Do you understand?
religion 천국 가려면 하나님의 사랑으로 참 사랑과 커넥션 해야 된다고.
Then how do you go to heaven?
사랑.
How can you be saved if you're not going through religion? Only when we connect with God's love, then we go to heaven. Then we are saved. That's the difference, isn't it? Believing in religion, you go to heaven? No. Be connecting with God's love, we go to heaven.
아담에 타락하시면 종교가 필요 없어.
Adam and Eve didn't fall, religion not necessary.
Do you understand? Clear. 아담에 타락하지는 않아서 사랑해 완전히. Even though Adam and Eve did not fallen, ultimately connecting that centering to love God. Do you understand? Connecting God living on the earth, past going places, spiritual world. First of all, many people, how can connecting that through God's love? Did not connect that way, cannot get into heaven. 종교 필요 없다고. We don't need necessary religion.
So we don't need religion. Can you understand when we say we don't need religion?
완전히 몸뚱이 급하게 몸뚱이를 파탄시켜.
More important is to clearly understand how to destroy body or destroy urge of body, which is far more important than the religion itself.
That means how can chase out on our flesh body, chase out Satan on our flesh body. That kind of purpose.
How
Clear?
can chase out.
Clear. 통일 교회 믿는 것이 구원받기 위한 거 아니냐? 통일 가만 믿더라도 하나님의 사랑을 접하면 구원 못 받는다.
So believing in Unification Church, somehow we will reach to
Understand?
heaven. Yes. Heaven. That does not happen because of the reason Father explained till now. Isn't that true? But to connect with God and God's true love and trample down body, conquer body, we will go to heaven and we will be
그래서
saved.
종교는 이 몸뚱이가 제일 싫은 금식해라. 금식해라. 몸뚱이 제일 싫어. 아우와 아이돌라 금식.
So let us examine what religion teaches. Religion teaches fast, and nobody wants to fast.
봉사해라.
That's everybody hates the most.
희생해라.
Abstain from food
희생해라.
and say serve and sacrifice, which again nobody wants because men are not built that way.
사탄은 교만하기 때문에 깎으로 씻고 막 그러는 거야.
But why do we do that? Why do religion encourages this or command this very strongly? Because of Satan we become arrogant, and only way the arrogant people become godly property, godly person, is to serve for the sake of others and sacrifice. Go the backwards way.
그다음 뭐, 그다음 재물 대라 재물.
And 3, become a offering. I mean, make that individual, afford your individual self as an offering. So that's what religion teaches.
왜 재물은 절반적인 피를 흘려야 돼.
We know the offering already through divine principle. We know what the meaning of offering. with this offering to make a condition, then you have to cut that into half, one for the sake of good and one
그래서
for...
저 번제 태워버려.
And also burn, and then we have to shed the blood, and then we have to burn it after we cut the offering into half, and make ourselves as an offering is what the body hate the most.
절반 갈려.
What if someone come with a knife and say, I'm going to cut you into half,
사탕 죽여버려야 돼.
and drain the blood and burn you alive, or burn you? Body hates that most. But the mind says, if that's the way I should go, I will, gladly.
이거 이렇게 되면 마음은 자꾸 올라가.
And the mind goes lift high and up like a balloon.
올라가.
At least it goes to heaven in spiritual world.
그래서 양심 해방 시대를 전 세계 양심자들이 출세할 때가 온다고 말이야.
So when this the age of liberation of conscience comes quick enough, soon enough, then all the conscientious people around the world, they all will rise up in power. They are the ones who will go to power, not the bad people this time.
하나님의 사랑.
Because God's love, he's connected with God's love. God will push him. God will give him more opportunity.
그래서 true parents가 필요한 거야.
So that is why we need true parents, the utmost of the goodness.
참부모 절대 필요하다. 절대적이다.
And true parents are absolutely necessary.
거짓 사랑으로부터 거짓 생명, 거짓 혈통을 받았던 것을 끊어버리고 몸줄을 끊어버리고 부활시켜 가지고 참부모와 참사랑을 주고 참사람 참생명 참혈통을 받아가지고 지상에 하나님의 사랑으로 풍부해질 수 있는 개인 가정에서부터 종족 중심과 하나님과 같이 살 수 있는 이런 지상의 천국이 정해지는 거예요.
Why is it so absolutely necessary? Because he helps all of us to cut the ties with the evil and embrace all the individual of a godly property, all the families of the godly the attributes, and all the tribes and the nations and the world that can belong to God. Thus, the true parents necessary.
그래서 참부모와 성야 시대 안착이라는 참부모와 이게 참부모와.
So the motto was the true parents and
시대 안착.
the settlement of New Testament, the complete Testament.
예, 가정적인 플러스가 돼. 가정적인. 참부모 중에서 가정적인 모든 것을 이겨가지고 해방과 가져가지고 플러스 55일 누는 말이야. 55일 누는 전부 마이너스. 예? 가정이 돼가지고 하나 되는 거예요.
So the 5 billion population become one themselves and become in a minus position.
The true parents, family settlement on the earth, that the big plus. God wants big plus. Ideal family and that expansion cosmic world. Do you understand? Made up combination big plus. Then the settlement means the standing settlement on the earth subject, big subject. Do you understand? That humankind, the 5 billion people, that opposite side. How can they make in that opposite side? Every family unit that following father's family, either settlement going on history, step on, follow that way. Other becoming that objects family. Do you understand?
Settlement means take seats, take position.
역사의 세틀ment 땅에서 정착. 창세기 정착이 벌어졌던 거예요.
So now for the first time in human history, settlement here on earth, not in the spirit world, here on earth takes place.
여기서 살다가 가정으로 살다가 나라를 이루고 세계를 이렇게 해서 전부 다 이게 세계적 편성해가지고 군한 그대로 지금 창세기에 천국이 비었던 걸 한꺼번에 갖다 채운 노름을 하는 거예요.
then the life that God intended here on earth, then after that we go to spirit world, then fill that heaven which have been empty until now and God intended everyone to be in, that kind of heaven, we go into heaven.
One time.
And once and for all, that means all at the same time we go.
One time on one generation.
Everything at the same time in one generation time. Not only the family, individual family, but to the world, all at the same time, one generation time.
참부모를 모시고 살았다는 살지 않고는 천국 못 가.
So unless we live serving the true parents' family, centering on true parents' family serving, we cannot go to heaven.
Do you understand? 살아가지는 참부모로부터 쭉 해서 역사적 이만큼 발전했는데 참부를 모시지 못했던 거예요. 참부를 빌어서 평면적의 전 세계 과거, 현재, 미래 사람들 와서 모심으로 말미암아 빌어서 천국 들어갈 수 있는 자격이 부여된다. 탕감 복귀에 들어간다는 거예요.
Until now, no human being ever had the opportunity serving parents, certainly not true parents. So we must serve the true parents and indemnify before we can go into heaven.
너들 죄물 내고 싶어? 응? 죄물 내야 될까? 죄물.
So do you want to become a offering?
Yes, Father. Absolutely, Father. Yes, Father.
응? 동서양 경거스님은 서양 녀석을 도망가면 아프리카든 어디든지 잘 사는 모습 없어. 경계선 없어. 없다는 거예요.
If you are affording yourself as an offering, let's say Western world, affluent, rich Western world, Father says, go to poor or suffering Africa. Then you have to go to Africa or the East and say, African people, now come and live in this Africa country of America.
자,
Inheriting all these, and they come.
사랑은
That's an offering.
사랑은 흐르는 거야. 사랑, 공기, 물, 이건 흐르는 거야. 흐르는 거다 이게.
Love flows, or the love is that entity that flows, just like air. Air is to flow, everyone knows that. And so is the water. Water flows, and never stay the same place. If they're stagnant, then they're rottens. And so is air, so is love.
저기압이 고기압 찾아가, 고기압이 저기압 찾아가.
High pressure follows low pressure follows high pressure.
응? low, high, which one?
Low goes to high or high goes to low?
응? high goes to low. How about that? Yeah.
How about air?
How about
air
water?
is like that.
How
Water.
about water? Same meaning.
Same, the high altitude
making that
flows down.
horizontal balance way. Do you understand? High pressure going down, then making that balance way. Water is going down, that making depressed, where up that making the horizontal flat way. Do you understand? Same meaning love. Love is the going current way. 그 사랑도 못 사는 사람, 잘 사는 사람, 이거 누가 한계를 만들어 놨어.
So love too, but now it's a stagnant. The affluent, the rich stays in rich, and the poor stays in the poor area. But who made this? There should be no demarcation, like there's no demarcation in air. They flow freely.
individual, center concept.
The individual-centered concept made this.
That is Satan's.
And that's a Satan's property.
Concept.
Satan's attributes, and Satan's concept.
자연미술학에 되면 잘 사는 사람이 아프리카에 전부 다 공부해야 돼요. 전부 다
So,
잘
if we are getting back to the nature, that means like a high water to the low, the high affluent people, their wealth must flow low.
자, 그럼 전쟁이 없으니까 난 없어야 하나?
When this happens, so-called the world problem, do you think that will cease to exist or not? Do you think it will be a solution to the world problem or not?
Yes, Father.
그건 인디비주얼리즘 이게 문제야. 인디비주얼리즘 that's the worst one.
And individualism is, people think nothing of it, like everything else, but take for granted, but this is the problem.
자, 미국이 뭐야? 인디비주얼리즘 킹덤이야.
And America is a kingdom of individualism.
Is that true? Yes. Going down.
God has nothing to do with that. And it must come down at the end of the times.
공기는 틈새기만 들어가는 틈만에서 들어가는 거야. 물도 틈만 있으면 들어가는 거야. 사랑도 하늘 땅을 전부 틈만 있으면 들어가야 된다.
We know the properties of air. Even the smallest crevice the air goes through, right? Even the smallest crevice, like a capillary, the water seeps in, doesn't it?
Yes, Father.
And so should love. Where the love is needed, love should seep in.
여러분의 마음에 어디 true love 들어오는 걸 원해 반대? 예?
Now your mind,
Thank you, Father.
if true love wants to flow in, do you resist that or do you welcome that? Do you welcome it or resist it? Welcome, even you have to open up your pores.
Every day over the year.
Every day.
Forever. Forever. Is that true?
Yes, Father.
그런 사랑을 가져야 돼. 그런 사랑을 가지고 천국 간다고 천국.
And our mind is like that today, then we should have a mind like original mind should be, like original water and original air. Original mind, original love should be like that.
어만큼 안 된 건 알겠어? 이제 나를 오늘 제목이 자기를 찾자는 어만큼 잃어버리고 얼마나 많이 잃어버렸어.
Now coming back to reminding you of the finding the self again. We have to find back ourselves, true self. How much deviated we are from the true self.
여러분
How
자신
much have we lost? We lost everything, haven't we?
여러분 자신 이것이 뭐지? 지역의 사이트가 사이트 오브 헬.
And we don't even know what we lost.
사이트.
And we don't know why we are in
사이트.
hell.
Understand?
And we are the site of hell.
Hell and kingdom. Separate by this one. Mind side, heaven, the flesh side, hell.
Mind side, heaven,
Until now,
Flesh
everybody
side and,
didn't
hell.
understand this like that phenomenon. Now you have heard the Father's words. You understand clearly. Is that true?
Yes, Father.
On me. Eh? Hell and connected, hell and heaven. How can this destroy hell's place? This is fresh body. Fresh body. How can I make him perishment? Complete perishment. This is our life purpose on yours. Otherwise, you cannot get in heaven. 정교 목적 알았지?
Now we know the purpose of a religion, don't we?
정교 믿으러 천국 가는 거 아니야? 저 건너게 하는 거 아니야? 하나님의 사랑에 접붙어야만 가는 거야.
Again, reminding you, repeating, it is not religion we believe in and somehow we go to heaven. No.
이렇기 때문에 앞으로 종교가 없어지는
Connected
말.
with God, we go to heaven.
사랑의 천국 생활에서 지상할 때는 종교가 폐지된다는 걸 알아야 돼요.
Then what is the future of religion? In some time later on, it becomes useless, isn't it? It served the purpose and then it's gone.
True parents, children, inheriting the true love. True parents, the children이 사는 세계는
That means we are true parents and dear children, namely us. All of us live together, then there's no religion necessary.
국경이 필요 없어.
There's no worry, there's no problems.
미국 국경 누가 만들었어? 미국 놈들이 만들었지.
And who created the borderline of a nation, like America, for example?
Who made it?
Who created that? Who made that?
American man.
American man made it. Isn't that right?
Not God did not make it.
God did not make it. And so is any border over any nation.
인디비주얼이고 인디비주얼이고 헬이야 헬. 헬. 그래.
Individually, we are living here on hell on earth. We know that. So we have no peace.
인디비주얼 반대가 뭐야?
What is the opposite of an individual? All, isn't it? Or God?
파브릭.
Public.
파브릭.
You might say public. Individual, public. Opposite of individual is public.
선한 사람은 공적인 사람이 아가서 이거 확실해야 돼.
So, who is a good person? Good person is a public person. Who is a bad person? Bad person is an individualistic person. So clearly, we can define.
알았어?
Rationally, intelligently, we can define.
자, 해방 시대. 예? 뭐 무슨 해방 시대가 있냐고?
So the time or age of liberation will come. What liberation? Liberation of what?
역사를 본 머리.
Conscience.
옛날 이제 중세에 있어 머리 시대야. 머리 좋은 사람이 세계를 움직였다고.
So in the medieval times and the past history, we see the brain power, the one who is born smart, have a we say in Korean, 머리가 좋다, that means has a good brain, or the smart man reign the world. Isn't that true?
그것이 신본주의.
That, and then
신본주의 시대. 그다음에 인본주의. 그다음에 셋째는 물본주의. 떨어내려간다.
So in the very beginning, we see the philosophy, or the idea of political idea even. Early in the times, the way in creation, it was Godism, wasn't it? God was the center. That means Godism.
중세 그래도 중세.
And as the medieval time come, it was a humanism. The man was the center. Wasn't that true?
인본주의.
The man is the center. And then recently, at the end of the times, as we get closer to the end of the times, the material is pretty much the center of all things, isn't it now? Materialism.
중세에 있어서의 신본주의가 이게 근본이 원인과 말이야. 결과가 확실하지 않았단 말이야. 결과가.
And even the medieval times, it was Godism. But Godism as it was, they were not clear at all. They were very unclear where the cause was and where the result was.
전부 다 이게 부패, 이 신본주의 중세.
Just blindly following God.
전부 다 부패해가지고 전부 다 부패하기 때문에 이걸 종교가 반대하기 시작하는 거지.
So blindness needs leads them inevitably to corruption. So the corruption now, man. Oh, it's a man more important, not God.
니체 같은 데 힘 시대를
Like Nietzsche.
머리 시대 지나가지고 힘 시대 떨어져 내려온다고. 이게
About power.
현대 제국주의 시대.
That's a rise of imperialism. We see from the brain to power. That's imperialism.
자, 신본주의도 원인이 미분명해. 결과가 미분명하기 때문에 떨어내려오는 거야. 또 인본주의를 주장하자면 힘만 가지고 간다 같다고. 힘 가지고 안 된다기야. 그건 원인도 결과도 모호해. 오래 못 가는 거야.
And the power, it's more unclear about the reason, about the cause, and about the result.
사람은 백놈 죽어가. 큰 소리 말라는 거지 그래.
And people soon observe that no matter how great a man may be, human being may be, he dies at the longest in 100 years.
원인과 결과를 추구하는데 그러니까 물본주의, 유물주의가 뭐냐면 물질은 저 대우주의 물질 다 어디 근본과 결과가 다 연결된다 이렇게 봤던 거예요. 이게.
Now the materialism, not the pecuniarism, but materialism. Materialism now say, oh, this material, the component of material is a component of the universe, so therefore it is connected. Origin of the universe, which is another material, it's connected this way.
그러니까 원인과 결과가 통한다. 이게 세계적이다. 이게. 그렇지만 정신을 부수는 정신. 정신을 부정합니다.
And the science very much then it denies the spiritual side of the human life
알겠어요? 무슨 말이지?
value too.
이렇게 떨어져요. 왜 이렇게 떨어져 신본주의가 하나님 미분명해. 오늘 리브름에서 하나님 어떻게 이렇게 확실히 미분명해. 미분명하니까 결과가 미분명해. 그러니까 중간에 타락해버리고 전부 다 착취관을 하기 때문에 반대가 벌어지는 거예요.
We are back to Godism now, but then this time it's quite different because Reverend Moon is very clear who God is, what He is. He explains everything about God, therefore the Godism is no more unclear. Its cause, its effect, all very clear.
신바 하나님을 확실히 알았어요. 하나님의
We know now for the first time in history clearly
인간을
about
확실히 알았어.
God.
인간을 확실히 알았어.
And
물건을 확실히 알았어.
we also understand the man very clearly today, don't we? Its relationship with, especially in its relationship with God.
사람 둘 파가지고 마인드하고 말이야. 마음하고 몸이 돼 있어.
We, mind and body.
마음은 하나님 중심 삼고 인간은 몸을 중심 삼고 사람 중심 삼고 모든 것이 통일될 수 있는 이론을 가진 거예요.
And the Godism, again, we uphold this humanism too because original human, not the fallen human, humanism, mind, connecting with God, body, connecting from all things, it comes from all things, doesn't it? So everything, it is in the middle being to connect everything. That's unifying agent.
요거 됐다고 이렇게. 이것이 플러스 마이너스 두 이사서예요. 두 이사서.
And that's a plus and minus, and that is the headwind thought.
여기 페렌서식이 이게 뭐냐면 하나님주의야.
And the parentism, that's the Godism.
머리가 없었기 때문에 이게 전부 다 하나님 중심 삼고 부모 중심 삼아가지고 상하가 하늘과 아래가 합하는 거야. 좌우가 합하고, 좌우가 합하고. 그다음에 전후가 합하는 거야. 전부 통일이 벌어지네.
So this the head wing now the up and below, above and below unites now, and the right and left also unites.
헤드윈 뭐냐면
And the front and the rear unites.
좌익과 우익이야. 헤드윈 뭐냐면 이걸 둘 다 합한 거야. 부모야 이게 부모라.
Head wing connects right and left, which is in parents' position.
에덴에서의 가인아벨 예수 시대에서 오른편 강도 왼편 지금 재림주 시대 이것이 아담 시대 예수 시대 재림 시대 공산주의가 이거 전부 다 여기서 연장되어서 여기서 통일이 벌어진다.
So Adam, Jesus' time, and the time of Second Advent, all come into one unified realm.
부모. 그래서
Parents.
부모 좌우를 하나 헤드윈 뭐냐면 좌우익을 하나 만드는 부모주의야. 부모주의인데 지상 부모는 하나나라의 부모 하나님을 중심 삼은 주의이기 때문에 하나님주의로 적어집니다.
Actually, head wing is a parentism after bringing the right and left wing together.
그것이 아담 시대부터 재림 시대까지 헤드윈 해가지고 그다음에 지상 천국과 천상의 연결이 하나님을 갖다가 붙여야 된다고. 헤드 두익사상과 하나님주의.
All encompassing from Adam's time to Jesus' time and the time of the Second Advent, then connect with God.
이건 세상으로 말하면 말이야. 사탄 세계의 팽창주의를 중심해서 부모를 중심 삼아가지고 아담을 중심 삼고 참사랑을 중심 삼고 새 사랑 평면적인 횡적인 세계를 묻는 거야. 이거 묶어지지 않았거든 하나 되는 거지. 플러스 마이너스. 그 다음에 우여하고 하나님하고 땅하고 하나 안 된다. 이것이 뭐냐면 말이야. 두이사상을 페렌티즘으로서 좌익을 통일하고 땅과 하나를 통일하고 하나님주의.
So the right wing and left wing, very much existing here on earth, centering on parents, we unite that, and bring, so thus separated, hitherto separated God and the rest of the world, bring them back, and then Godism is in it.
vertical.
Vertical Godism is in it, and this is a head wing. It's not the
horizontal viewpoint is perspective. Horizontal viewpoint is that headwind, centering true parents. To understand vertical, this viewpoint of perspective that connecting God through parents. That is Godism. 플러스 마이너스. 거란에 무슨 만들겠어? 어?
Do you understand?
헤딩을 하게 되면 부모주의야. 지상우의 복귀한 부모 중심. 근데 이것이
Headwing is a parentism, but not the fallen parentism, but the original parentism.
그래서 이게 인본주의니 뭐 신본주의 이것 전부 다 전 파괴할 것 전부 다 묶어 가지고 하나의 세계를 만들어 나가야 돼. 통일의 세계.
So from Godism to humanism to materialism, now we all bring them together.
자, 그 옛날에 신본주의, 인본주의 힘의 시대, 그다음에 이게 물본주의야. 발로 노동자 농민으로 떨어들어요.
So Godism, the brain, and the humanism, the power or the force and power, and materialism in here. So human being reduced down.
공산주의 저 유물론하고 말이야. 공산주의 뭐 노동자 농민 해반이야. 발이야.
So like a communism, very much center of that, and their motto is their goal is liberation of laborers and farmers, common men. They are like hands and feet.
그러면서 여기 사탄이가 쫓겨내게 됐으니 신이 없다고 주장하는 거야. 지금까지 자기 존경받던 이런 모든 무대를 완전히 하나님을 끊어버리기 위해서 무신론을 주장하는 거야.
And in order to nullify all the previous times like humanism and Godism, Satan now works that there's no God. God is dead. There's no God.
그래가지고 하나님이 없다고 그래서 참 복귀해 나온 하나님을 뭐 성지면서 잘라버리기 위한 거예요. 사탄 지금까지 자기 중생했으면 자기 우대받았지만 하나님을 우대할 수 있기 때문에 무신론을 주장하는 거예요. 알았어 무슨 말인지?
And do you follow that Satan, afraid now has come down? All of this was Satan's era, and now the human being may go back to God. Therefore, Satan is afraid and say, "No, God does not exist." Look at the history. So they do not let the man get the idea of restored God.
그래서 이제 나중에
or restored man.
양심적인 인사가 처음부터 출세를 못 해봤어. 지금까지 발표 살았어.
So until now, ironically and paradoxically, isn't it true that everyone has a common idea that bad one rise up in the society higher. They get the power, they get the money, they get everything. Bad people, conscious people, the good people, always under the bottom. Hasn't it been? Did you observe all that? Yes. But now the time of liberation of conscience.
understand?
Yes.
Now good people.
Yeah, cancer reflected the original viewpoint that making the liberating the original God's creation idea. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
The power God's connecting with one unification, place ultimately taking that God's power.
Yes, Father.
양심적인 인사는 동원해라. 명령할 때 왔다.
So now is the time is getting close that those conscientious people stand up, rise up, and march forward.
Making revolution. Not
And
war.
making good revolution to bring a right side up.
Do you understand? 그 시대를 준비하려니 몸뚱이 지배받아 몸 마음이 싸워서는 안 되는 거야. 하나 줘야 돼.
So at least for the short range reason why you should unify your mind and body, at least to prepare for this era, for this day.
타락은 뭐냐면 첫째는 말이야. 타락은 첫째는 자기 자신에 대해서 몸 마음이 싸우고 둘째는 부부가 싸워서 자녀야. 여기 아담 가정을 잃어버렸어.
So mind and body fights, or the fighting begins the conflict, the fighting within oneself as a result of the fall, and fighting resulted in, as a result of the fall, between the husband and wife, and also fighting began to take place among children as a result of the fall.
자, 그
Fall
역사를
brought forth these fight.
거꾸로 자녀를 찾기 위해서 우익좌익이야, 우익좌익이야.
And the children, of course, right wing and left wing is denoted, is representing the children.
이거 기독교 신부 문화권 기독교 문화. 어머니 찾아가지고 앞으로 오시는 아버지 재림주.
And the Christian culture brought
재림주와 하나님.
bride, the civilization. They came up with the idea of the bride. I'm the bride, you're the bride, and I'm the groom. And when bride unify left and
이것이
ideal of bride.
세계 하나 돼 가지고 까꾸로
The three entity become one.
자녀. 응? 자녀. 요거. 그다음 어머니 찾아가요. 부부를 찾아가지고 개인 해방이 벌어지는 거예요.
Then the unifying the children, becoming one with the children, that's both left and right, and then in such a world will bring the unity between husband and wife. Then through such a process, individual liberation will take place.
이거 거쳐야 돼, 이거 전부 다.
So the reconciliation among the children, or between the children, left and right, wing,
세계가
must take place,
까꾸로 올라가다 까꾸로.
and then after that, the peace, the unification within a spouse will take place, restore the family, then the restore the individual. Backwards.
이건 뭐냐면 이게 true parents 이와 같이 이게 써나왔기 때문에 자기를 중심 삼고 절대 하나 돼가지고 true parents 상속받아가지고 자기 중심 삼은 가정 부부가 생기고 여기 자기가 부부가 생기고 그다음에 자녀를 중심하거나.
So here is centering on the true parents, the husband and wife. And
세계에서 까꾸로 올라가죠. 자녀를 가지고 부부는 true parents가 이거 해가지고 세틀먼트 된 것을 중심 삼고 상속받아가지고 너희들도 부부가 돼가지고 이걸 플러스 해가지고 상대적 가정 돼가지고 천국 들어가는 거예요.
So the backwards, this takes place, then becoming united with this, that's true parents, each individual all around the world will liberate himself, and together, like a minus and a plus here, together go into heaven.
양심적인 세가 돼야 된다고. 그래서 우리 여기에 가정맹세가 나오는 거야. 가정맹세. 참부모더불어 하나 된 여러분들은 가정맹세죠. 몸 마음이 하나 되고 해야 되고 부부가 하나 돼야 되고 자녀가 하나 되지 않고는 맹세물을 올 수 없던 걸 해야 된다.
So here comes in the family pledge. Unless our mind will become one, and then unless our family will become united, then center on true love, we have to unless we become one with the true parents, we cannot recite the family pledge.
자기 가정은 세계를 대표했던 게 참부모를 중심 삼고 하나님과 참부모를 중심 삼고 대표적 가정이 되면 중심적 가정이 되어야 된다고 그런 가정이 되어야 된다고.
So we must represent the family. You must become a form of family which is not just one family out of millions, but representing the whole world. Each family representing the whole world.
아담 가정 마찬가지. 아담 가정.
Just like Adam's family. Adam's family was their individual family, but they represent the whole world, didn't they?
양심 해방자들 어디 가든 가인 가정 종족 어디 가든 저 반대가 없고 환영할 수 있는 세상이 되어야 된다.
Now the world must come. The trend of the world must come so that conscientious man, whenever he goes, the people will welcome him and embrace him, and have a hope of they uniting with him too.
자, 그러면 여러분 누구 찾아가는 거야?
So all of you who You are going a certain direction. Who are you going in search of? What is your goal to unite with? Eventually, God.
여러분의 욕심이 말이야. 양심의 욕망, 양심의 욕망이 말이야. 여자라면 세계 역사상에 제일 훌륭한 왕을 모시고 싶지 않아?
Is that you are the human desire, natural human desire?
Your conscience desire.
The conscience too, that any woman, if you are, so long as you're a woman, you want to serve the greatest man
Not
on
serve
earth. Great.
뭐야, 결혼.
You want to get married to the greatest man on earth, don't you? Not the second greatest, greatest.
응? 그래 안 그래?
Isn't that true?
과거, 현재, 미래 최고의 그런 남편을 얻고 싶지? 응?
You want the greatest man, not only contemporary, but compared to all the past and the future too.
Is that true? 그런 남편 될 수 있는 자격자가 누구야?
And who is the qualified man on earth?
화다는 말이야. 일생밖에 없어. 일생도 지나가는 거야.
And the father lives only one generation too here on earth.
After disappearing, going there.
Disappears after one generation from the earth.
과거, 현재, 미래 상관없이 저 남성 같은 그런 양반이 때문에 누굴까?
Then who would it be? Throughout the past, the present, and the future, he is the greatest. Who would that person be?
God! Only God. 하나님이 남자야, 여자야?
And is God a man or woman?
아, 회시환. 어? 이것은 보스 중화석 저서야 되면 저기서 남자 아니야, 남자 아니야. 야. 남자라고.
There's no such an entity. It's a man. He's a man.
응? 그럼 man 하게 되면 man이 man하고 woman하고 다른 게 뭐야?
Well, how do you distinguish man from woman or women from man?
woman은 말이야, 이게 배운 거고 말이야. 남자는 이렇게 된 거라. 어머볼라고.
The physical characteristics. One is indented and the other one is protruded.
응? man하고 말이야, man은 이거고 말이야. woman은 이거 딱 이런 거 알아?
And they should know that man and woman is in this relationship, man and woman.
여자를 뒤집어 놓고 남자를 뒤집으면 남자 여자가 바꿔지는 거야.
If you have upside down man, that is upside down man is woman, and upside down woman is man.
알겠어? 그 하나님도 뭐 있어? 볼록이 있나 없나?
Do you think that God has the characteristics of a man? His physical characteristics of a man?
볼록을 뭐라고 그래?
That is the intruded part. Do you think? Do you think God has or not? God does not have. Your own father.
아, yes or no?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
You know well more than me. Yeah. Now I have the learning by you. Yeah.
Father is learning from you.
And we learn from Father.
여자는 하나님의 아내가 되어야 된다는 거예요.
So women, all women must become a wife of God.
Yes, Father.
기분 좋아?
Do you feel good?
Yes.
그럴 수 있는 자격은 only true love.
What is the qualification? you already have qualification except one. True love. On top of what you are, true love, then you are qualified to marry God.
자 그러면 아담 해와 중사 그거 어떻게 그래 아담 해와 중사고 아담 해와 두 사람이야. 어? 이것이 하나님하고 그다음에 아담 해와 아들이 셋이란 말이야. 어? 셋이란 말이야. 마찬가지로 얘기해요. 하나님. 여기 대하던 하나님이나 여기 대한 하나님이나 마찬가지로 얘기야. 여기서 또 이 아들 또 마찬가지라고. 이게 이렇게. 아담 아들 때는 세 형제면 이거 전부 다 아담과 대하던 거 마찬가지 같이 되는 거야. 알겠어?
So diagram father has written is Adam and Eve, father wrote Adam and Eve, and the offspring can enable, if he has three children, and God lives in Adam and Eve, God also lives in all these three children in equal way, and their offspring very equal way.
Just like that. 그러면 이것은 미야. 열매인데 이 열매하고 이 열매하고 마찬가지라고.
So, even though the generation is different, it's the same fruit.
이것도
First generation fruit, second generation fruit. God does not. It does not matter. God lives all the same, all fruits of different generations, like manner.
하나, 둘, 이퀄이네 이거.
All in equal way. It is not that he only lives in Adam and Eve and he lives in their children, husband and wife, different way. No, all the same way.
알겠어? 열매는 마찬가지야, 마찬가지.
Because the fruit is the same.
Same value.
The value of the fruit is the same.
그렇기 때문에 몇천 년 후에 심더라도 같은 열매가 나오는 거죠.
So, no matter how many thousands of a million years pass, the same fruits will bear. The fruits of the same value.
여러분 중심 삼고 일정이 전부 전화가 들어갈 수 있는 하나의 그룹이 되는 거야. 조상이.
And that is one grand principle, a grand pattern which guarantees all of your descendants, no matter how many thousands of generations later on, go to heaven the same way as we and as our true parents.
알겠어 무슨 말인지?
Do you understand?
너들 조상들이 있는데 어떻게 하나님과 같이 아니야? 조상 모든 사람이 왔던 독자적인 면의 가치를 인정하는 거야. 하나님과 언제 창조했던 아담 해와 마찬가지 살았습니다.
Why? You may say, oh, how can father generation and the long grandson's generation be the same? Well, why? Well, that's the way God created everyone. It's the same value as far as God is concerned. First generation to children's generation, the same value fruits.
아담 해와 가정은 전 세계를 대표한 거 마찬가지로 여러분도 전 세계를 대표한 거 마찬가지. 전 세계를 대표한다.
And Adam and Eve. Naturally, Adam and Eve represented the entire world, even though they were individual. But they representing the entire world. Likewise, everyone.
결혼할 때는 아담 해와 단 둘이서 하던 것 마찬가지로 오늘 우리 결혼도 이 50억 인류를 대표한 남자 여자로 결혼을 해. 알겠어?
So, your marriage, our marriage, also is not the marriage of one among 5 billion, no, or one among half 1 billion, no, but rather each couple represent the whole world. They are representing couple, like Adam and Eve. Do you understand?
Same value, same level. Getting the high level, high peak.
They are not.
Peak that combine that with God, centering to love. Get down that ultimately center place, insert horizontal viewpoint, center place. To understand? Top, center connect. That is vertical settlement of pair, pillar.
In other words, they're not fraction of it. They are the whole.
알겠어?
Do you understand?
아담
what Father's pointing out?
아담 가정과 마찬가지의 가치를 지니기 때문에 그 천국들 하나님을 아버지로 모시고 다 같이 살 수 있는 거예요.
What does that mean? That means each children bear the same value as Adam and Eve themselves.
그렇기 때문에 자기가 남자를 결정하면 영원해야. 둘이 아니야, 둘.
So
단 하나. 남자를 대표, 여자를 대표한 자리에서 하나님과의 계약을 맺는 것이 결혼이에요.
So one husband, that's all, and that's all, absolutely. One husband, one wife, together pledge to God that they will get married, representing God Himself, and that is our marriage.
무슨 말이라서?
Represent the whole world.
그런 자리에서 하나님과 아담 해와가 하나 됐더란 말이야. 참 사랑을 중심 삼고 아담 해와가 결혼한 그 시간이 하나님의 결혼식이라는 거예요.
So with that heart, with that everything genuinely, Adam and Eve married in that way, then the marriage of Adam and Eve was the marriage of God also.
왜 그런 이야기야? 여러분 전부 다 여러분들 아시죠? 여러분이 지금 현재 보게 된단 말이야. 이게 점점 눈앞에 가까이 가면 보여 안 보여?
You can see this example. You can see very well in a certain distance, but when it gets nearer and nearer to your eye, do you see better and better? No.
왜 안 보여?
Why?
하나 되기 때문에.
Because you are fusing into one with Him.
자, 보이는 것은 상대를 위해 보게 돼. 같이 되는 게 하나 볼 필요가 없는 거야.
You are already one with Him. No, there's no need to see because you are Him. You're not the object anymore.
너들 저 어렸을 때 전부 다 코딱지 뜯어가지고 맛 봤어 어디서?
I know about the Western world, but have an experience where you're a child, you pick your nose and taste how it tastes like? Any children in Orient do, but what about West?
맛이 어디라 맛이 어디라?
How does it taste? Do you recall?
솔트랑 전부 다 했던 얘기라고.
Salty, that means you have experience.
그왜 더럽잖아?
Why is it not so dirty even to mention? Why is it?
하나 돼 있기 때문에.
Because you become completely united with it. It's one. You're not divided.
여기 저 여러분 1cm 요 면적에 1기압이라는 이게 밀고 있지만 이걸 하나 돼 있기 때문에 밸런스가 되기 때문에 느끼지 못하는 거예요.
Now there's one pressure. What is that? The unit of pressure. Unit of pressure, like atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure. One atmospheric pressure. It's a tremendous weight, but we don't feel that, do we? Why? Because we are in perfect harmony with it. That's why we don't feel. But slightly deviated from it, you feel.
자, 여러분 눈 하루에 몇 깜빡이래요?
And how many times does your eyelash bat every day?
1,000 뭐.
1,000 times, but you're not conscious.
The counting 하려는데 하는데 왜? How can they stand? You can stand the 3 hours.
If you have to count that, then you cannot exist 3 hours. Make you crazy.
몇 번을 해봤어? 하루에 몇 번 쓰는 게? 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷 해봤어.
Try to count it even a few minutes interval. I mean, 1 hour period.
그거 왜 모르고 살아 이거? 이거야 모르고.
It's so important. Why don't you care?
하나 돼 있기 때문에.
Because you become united with it. It's part of you.
그 여기 저 선을 들어서 여자들 손 들어가 여기 대보라 다 손 들어가 왼손 여기 대보라고 왼손 여기서 대 무슨 소리가 나?
So all women,
all men too.
All men too. The feel your left chest, left side of the chest. What do you hear? What do you feel? Heart pounding. Heart beating.
그 하루에 몇 번씩 느껴?
How many times are you conscious? Oh, my heart is beating now.
바쁠 때는 1년 동안 잊어버리고 살아.
Sometimes as long as 1 year, you don't notice your heart is beating.
요 머리칼이 가뜩 벌써 아는데 말이야. 이건 뭐 폭탄 몇백 배 콩콩 이거 봐야 느끼지 못해.
And hair you feel, but this one palpates so much, 100 times stronger, 1,000 like a bomb. Why don't you feel that?
응? 왜 못 느껴?
Why don't you feel?
어? 하나 돼 있기 때문에.
Yes, because you have already become one with it.
변소 갈 때 마스크가 안 오가.
Do you go to the bathroom? Do you wear a mask or not?
너 forever no. 역사에 마스크 하고 간 사람 하나도 없어. 하나도 때문에 신기한 정도지.
That's strange, but then there's nobody. We never hear that anybody, even the worst person, wears a mask when he goes to the bathroom.
그거 왜 그래? 왜?
Why? Because
하나 돼.
that's a part of him. He's united with it.
알겠어. 무슨 말인지 중요한 말이야.
And that's important, even though example is menial. It's part of you. You are united with it.
자,
That's a principle.
하나님도 마찬가지다. 하나님 뭐 들을까?
What about God? Do you think the same principle belong to God too?
하나님도 오간 있고 심장 있고 다 그런 걸 가지는데 하나님도 못 믿고 살아. 믿지 못해.
God has all the 5 organs, but 못 믿고 살아요.
못 믿지 하나 돼 있기도 느끼지 못한다.
And he does not feel either, like we.
그 왜?
Why?
어째서? 만약에 내가 여러분 다 사랑 갖고 있지 사랑.
We all have love, don't we? We have love within us.
생명 갖고 있지.
We have life, don't we?
혈통 갖고 있지.
And we have a lineage, too, don't we?
양심 갖고 있지.
And conscience too, don't we?
사랑 봤어?
But have we seen love?
터치해봤어?
Have we touched love?
생명 봤어?
Or saw love?
생명.
Or the saw
Life.
life?
라이프.
Have we ever seen life?
생명체는 봤지만은 못 본 거야.
We saw the body with life, yes, but we never seen life itself.
생명을 터치할 수 없어.
And we cannot touch life either.
혈통도 마찬가지. 혈통을 지금 부부 사랑하는 그 가운데서 벌어진 걸 볼 수 없어. 그 남자 여자 정자를 볼 수 없어.
And the lineage too, we cannot see. We cannot even see our own seed, which give birth to a baby. The semen, we don't see.
양심 볼 수 있어?
Sperm, we don't see. But can we see our conscience?
만질 수 있어?
And can we feel that?
사랑도 만지지 못하고 사랑도 느끼지 못. 사랑도 말이야 이제 볼 수 없고 생명도 그렇고 혈통도 그렇고 양심 다 볼 수 없어. 다 그런데 하나님은
We boast our 5 senses, but we cannot even sense love or the life lineage. How about God? God is different from us? Yes or no?
no. 그래야.
Clearly, obviously no.
그 하나님 어디 있어?
Where is God?
그래서 묻는 것이 양심 어디 생명 어디서 마찬가지야.
It's the same way as where is conscience? Where is love? Where is lineage? You say, we cannot see, we cannot feel, so is God. We cannot see, we cannot feel, but God is there. He is there, or isn't he?
Same concept, contents, same as same way. You didn't see that. You didn't see God too.
Neither we can see God any more than we can see love, we can see lineage or life.
양심 어디 있어?
Where is your conscience? Show us.
에? 어디 있어?
Where is it?
생명이 어디 있어? 사랑이 어디 있어?
Where is your life and where is your
혈통이
love?
어디 있어?
And where is your lineage?
모른다고. 마찬가지 하나님도 어디는 내게 나하고 하나 되어 있기 때문에 느끼지 못해. 그래. 양심도 사랑도 모든 혈통도 하나 되어 있기 때문에 혼자 못 느껴.
God too is there, but we cannot feel. Where is He? Because He is a part of me, that is why we cannot see. That is why we cannot feel even.
너들 사랑 못 느끼니 혼자 못 느껴.
Love, you cannot never experience in love by yourself.
갖고 있지만 못 느낀다. 그래서
You have very much love within you, but you cannot feel because you're alone. When you're alone,
하나님 나하고 제일 깊은 가운데 제일 뿌리된데 하나 되어 있기 때문에 못 느낀다. 그야.
because God is with me, I am part of God, and in the deepest part of myself, therefore, we cannot feel God. We cannot see God even. We cannot see because it's in me.
그래서 그런 사랑은 누구로부터 시작해?
And love begins from who? Love begins from who? God.
그래. 하나님 뭐냐면 생명의 사랑의 뿌리야. 생명의 뿌리야. 혈통의 뿌리야. 양심의 뿌리를 부정할 수 없다. 그야.
So we cannot deny that God is the root of love, root of conscience in me. He is the very root of lineage in me. We cannot very well deny that.
그 하나님 어디에 있냐? 양심의 뿌리, 생명의 뿌리, 사랑의 뿌리 안에 있다.
So where is God? He is within the root of conscience, root of life, and root of lineage.
Love too.
And love too. He's in the root of love within us. That's where God is.
그럼 하나님을 어떻게 하나님을 발견하면 이 루트를 말이야, 러브 루트를 참 깊은 가운데 지금 휙 라이브 참 엑스피언스 하게 되면 슉 올라옵니다.
Then how can we feel God? Then when we expand the deep root down where God resides, if we expand the love, we expand the life, stretch the life, and we stretch a lineage, then God surfaces up.
그 말은 뭐냐면 투입하는데.
That means how do you do that?
전적으로 투입하는 것들은 하나님이 같이 한다 그야.
How do you do that? That is when you invest selflessly, not with a certain intention, I give that and I'll return that back. No, but selflessly, if we exert ourselves into something, if we invest ourselves into something, then
사랑을 가져가 절대로 투입하고 생명을 절대적으로 투입하고 양심 절대로 투입하고 혈통적 절대적으로 투입해 살아가는 데는 하나님이 같이 하신다.
if we pour everything we got, all the conscience we have for the sake of others, all love for the sake of others, all we dedicate our life into certain things, and in lineage even too, then God becomes visible, or God becomes experienceable.
이 우주의 발생, 울수의 생성의 출발이 어떻게 됐냐면 하나님이
The beginning or the birth of universe began from
그래,
God.
하나님으로부터 이게 투입했겠나 주입시켜 어떻게 할까? 이건 투입이야 투입.
In creating others, do you think God, which one? Do you think God has invested into it, or God had sort of a being invested into by created it? He would have invested, isn't it? Instead of being invested by everything into God. Not for his own sake, but for others' sake, God invested.
그 처음에 뭐냐면 아웃이야 아웃이야.
So that's a output.
인투.
And then here, the other side is the input.
그러면 하나님이 투입을 먼저한 것이 우주의 출발이야. 그래서
So the very beginning of the universe was God's outputting. God's investing.
그 푸드는데 그 무엇을 만들기 위해서 푸드는 거죠. 무엇을 만들기 위해서.
For what purpose? To make what did he input or did he invest?
사랑의 상대야.
To create man.
러브 파트너.
And we know already who man is. That's a partner of love to him.
그러면 하나님의 러브 파트너가 누구냐기야? 원수가 아니라고 인간은 없다기야.
And God's partner of love is not monkey. And that's not ancestor either.
뭐야? 진화론에서는 멍키라고 그러잖아.
And according to the evolution theory, it's a monkey. Well, how can it be a monkey?
멍킬 수 없다고 멍키 자세가 이제 보라고. 거기서 첫 조는 뭐냐면 말이야. 멍키가 아미바가 자기 이상의 것을 창조해 제3의 물건을 창조해 가면서 제3의 힘을 개입시킬 수 있는 걸 창조할 수 있는 능력이 없어. 큰 것이 되기 위해서는 딴 힘이 개재하지는 큰 것이 안 나온다고.
No matter how great amoeba may be, or no matter what he does, he cannot create or give rise to a life which is higher than his own self.
파워.
Evolution not possible unless somebody puts in additional power. Unless somebody puts in additional power.
둘째는 뭐냐면 말이야. 너 이제 순놈 암놈 이 컨셉이 뭔 춤이겠어? 아미바가 뭔 춤이겠어?
In the concept of origin of any being, do you think amoeba is the moral origin or concept of plus and minus, or the male and female concept? What do you think?
Concept of plus and minus.
광물 세계 플러스 마이너스 전개하는 거죠. 그 전부 다 광물 세계를 보게 된 원소 세세 세계도 전부 다 운동을 한다고. 그 이상 그 이후에 생기는 게 아미바야.
So even the mineral kingdom, even in the element, there is a motion. That means there is the plus and minus relationship already. Otherwise, motion cannot come into being. And amoeba came after that.
그러면 그 말은 뭐냐면 원소가 108 있다. 이 원소 물질 더 이상은 이것 처음부터 자기들의 상대 것을 이걸 합할 수 없어. 합할 수 없더라.
And if there is a 108 different kinds of element, they cannot fuse into or merge into each other.
그래서 저건 상대 자기 힘 가지고 이제 절대 암만 해도 합해지지 않는다. 그래서
By themselves, no matter how they try, they cannot interact.
또 하나씩
They exist separate.
절대적이라고.
It's absolute by their own
순놈
right.
암놈에 대해서는 아미바도 뭐 충성이라 하지만 그 아미바도 여러분들 아미바도 반드시 플러스 마이너스 가져야 한다.
Amoeba now says does not have male and female, but even amoeba must have the plus minus element somewhere.
그 아미바는 중성이라 말하더라도 중성한다. 하루 종일 저보다 기름제가 말이야. 오전엔 기름제가 없어져. 기름제가.
And Darwin says it's a neutral gender, but no. Takes example for in the daytime there's a sunlight and there is a shadow.
오전.
네.
없어요.
And also in the high noon there's no shadow, right? If the sun is directly above me, there's no shadow.
섀도우 없는 것이 안 하게 들어가있다. 안 하게.
It doesn't mean that there's no shadow. Shadow is within that person's perimeter.
아미바가 하면 중성이라도 그거 마찬가지야. 그 어떠한 그 중간에 상대적 관계가 없으면 생물이 전성하잖아.
So amoeba too, it may not be visible clearly like everything else, like plus and minus, but without the plus minus concept, no living being exists.
그것이 제3자를 본색할 수 없어.
Certainly, they cannot fuse together. Whatever they do cannot give rise to the third being.
그래, 원수요구 말이야. 원수요구. 원수가 뭐인가? 원수 어떻게 쓰는가? 원수. 원수하고 사람하고 말이야. 사람하고 47개가 틀려.
between monkey and man, there are 47 differences in their construction. 47.
이 미국의 젊은 난 여자하고 말이야 원수이 참 미남자하고 결혼해서 천년 말년 참 미국 분 2억 4천만이 새끼 나서 새끼 기도한다고 새끼 나고 갔어?
I think the most handsome monkey or the monkey family in the entire history, not just today's, but and the worst looking, ugliest woman in the
아메리칸
whole
오면
universe.
아메리칸 오면
Ugliest American woman
브라운 헤어 세임 컬러
in the whole universe, in the whole country, and everybody pray that they get married and give some offspring.
나오가.
What is your guess? Do you think they will reproduce new offspring or not?
Forever no.
Forever no.
원수의 사람의 생각이 그는 미친 자식 들었듯이.
Well, whatever gave him the idea that the man came from the monkey origin.
수만들에서
Different species maybe, but how can monkey give rise to man?
결혼할 같은 굴린 결혼할 수 있지만 이질은 안 되는 게 힘든 거야.
Same family of vegetable kingdom or the animal kingdom can give rise to the offspring. Yes, but if they're different family or they're different, what do you call that? The classical species, different species you cannot reproduce.
자, 너들 부부 생활하는데 제 3자를 개입하는 거 원해?
And when you are sleeping with your husband or together, do you want somebody to intervene in you, the third party?
Absolutely
third
no.
person? Absolutely no.
absolute야 뭐 middle size absolute야 그거야.
Is that absolutely or nearly absolutely?
자, 그러면 그 순놈 암놈이 없었던 그 순놈 암놈은 자기들끼리 횡적으로 묶게 되지 이 버티칼로 올라갈 수 없어.
That means male and female elements can vertically connect, very tight and very close, yes, but they can never rise up horizontally. I mean vertically, only horizontally, but not vertically.
버티칼 means going up bigone.
That means vertically means they cannot elevate their
셋째는
status.
셋째는 뭐냐면 종의 구비를 엄격하리만큼 지나는 말이야 수많은 아메바에서 저 원숭이가 수천 스페이스가 있어 수천 스페이스 전부 다 무시해가지고 근황 그대로 이걸 통하려면 전부 다 그 스페이스의 어스메스의 물을 통해가지고 새끼가 나오고 이래가지고 새끼 나오고 몇천 번 나가지고 나올 건데 한꺼번에 쑥 나갔다 이게 틀렸다는 거야.
So this
사랑의 문을 통하는데 부정했다는 거지.
So idea of Darwinism, the greatest flaw perhaps is that it's just inconceivable that the different species give rise straight towards a human being, like step by step by step. But what he's trying to do is denying the element of love in giving rise to human species. That's all, which is a most devastating thing in knowledge.
Do you understand?
Human knowledge. Do you understand? Love is the origin of a mankind, not monkey.
Many species love gate. How can that amoeba get up that love gate go through all that onto mankind?
How can amoeba, without going millions and millions of reproduction, then for some sudden mutation, which is very not likely, but go to another, and but the millions and billions of years reproduction, maybe one mutation, which is also not likely. But how can Darwin say it came straight like the man?
빼다고 갔다고 빼다가 얼마나 있다고.
Is that because the bone structure, the outlook, and the property very close? That possibility is immense anywhere we see. That doesn't mean man is monkey or monkey is man. Very close, maybe in perspective, but never.
하나님이
In its
하나님의
essence.
상대 인간이 그렇기 때문에 인간의 욕망이 얼마나 커.
So how big is the aspiration of man? Not the monkey, but how big is a human aspiration? Aspiration means desire, high desire. Wish. desire, dream, idea.
하나님이 자기 사랑하는 상대가 자기보다도 몇 천만 배 훌륭하기를 바라리만큼 사람에게 그러한 마음, 그러한 작용할 수 있는 것을 내주지 않으면 그렇게 될 수 없기 때문에 우리 인간의 욕망이라는 것은 무한이야, 무한.
God saw the need of injecting limitless desire, limitless aspiration in human being, and thus, as a result, we know that the human being, their desire has no limit.
하나님부터 낫기를 바라는 거야, 하나님.
Because God wanted His children greater than
나
Himself.
children partnership.
His partner, the greater than Himself.
Do you understand? Yes. Unlimited 힘, God self. 그러려면 그럴 수 있는 무엇이 양심작용이 그럴 수 있는 자가 다 무엇이야지. 그게 양심작용이야. 그게 양심작. 알겠어?
And we must have we must have this strong desire and very much conscious of it, and that is the action of conscience.
자, 양심 보따리. 예? 양심 보따리. 저 양심 보자기. 양심
A
보자기.
bag of conscience. You know,
보자기.
if you can imagine conscience as a bag. You put something in. You know, you put many things into your bag, don't you? And if you
양심 보자기 다 갖고 있어?
and do you have a conscience bag of conscience? You can put a lot of things in your bag of conscience.
응? Do we?
Yes, we do. We have conscience, but can you visualize that as a bag? Put a lot of things into your conscience.
얼마나 커?
How big is your conscience bag? Conscience bag.
하나님을 이렇게 전능해서 그 집어넣으면 보자기가 꽉 차가서 못 차갔어.
In your conscience, you not only put a universe there, but God Himself into your bag of conscience, and is your bag of conscience full because you put God in, because God occupies your bag? It's full, no more room to anything else to go in.
하나님이 더 좋은 거 이것도 잡으려 더 좋은 것을 하나님부터 그것도 잡아들려고 그래. 여덟 포켓도 집어넣고 나중에 넣을 때 에이 이런 물러가 간다.
It is like if your conscience of the conscience bag or bag of conscience is full, then you would like to put more in your other pockets. And if pockets and the bag are absolutely full, you want to open your mouth to bring it in your mouth. That much more. No limit.
그런 욕심이 있어 없어?
And do you have that kind of the desire?
Constant greed?
That kind of a greed or not?
Yes or no?
Yes, Father.
No.
Yes, Father.
No. Father, defeat it.
That kind of good greed.
하나님 열 잡아내고 더 큰 것이면 더 좋은 것이면 더 잡아내고 한정이 없다고.
There's no limit to your wanting, to your good greed. Again, the 욕심. There's no word in 욕심 in English language. Did you know that? It's a greed. Greed means bad, but it's good greed. So you have to make up a word. Good greed. 욕심. We don't have. We have a limitless 욕심.
자,
limitless desire.
양심작용을 말이야. 양심작용이 전부 다 그것이 옛날서부터 지금까지 참 조상으로부터 지금까지 그것이 혁명됐거나 변경됐거나 그런 게 그렇게 계속하거나.
And that kind of the attributes of a man began thousands, millions of years ago when Adam and Eve were born. And during this time, do you think it changed? Revolution or evolution, whatever. It changed? Or the same millions of years and today exactly the same? Love and that same?
그런 작용이 말이야. 작용이 있다고 작용.
That kind of action.
작용이야.
That's an action.
자, 오늘 이 과학자들은 말이 우주는 힘으로 돼 있다 말하고 있어.
Today, the scientists say that this universe is made up of energy.
힘이 한꺼번에 확 생기나
power,
작용을 통해서 생기나.
And energy, or come to think of it, the energy or the power suddenly rise, without any prerequisite, or is it generated? It is generated, isn't it?
그렇기 때문에 힘이 생기기 전에 너들 러브 파워가 한꺼번에 생겨나?
What about the love? You have such immense love in you, but it gives rise or pop up like that?
눈이 맞고 귀가 맞고 코가 맞고 입이 맞고 센스가 아주 맞아야 힘이 생겨. 러브 파워가 앞에 어립니다.
First, no, it doesn't pop up. Your eyes must meet your eyes of the subject of object.
Some kind of action, taking action.
And then start at the beginning of action. Your ears will further infuriate that action. And your smell further excites your action. And your taste, even the touch, then it explodes in the power of love, doesn't it?
그 만지고 키스하려고 저보다 만지고 다닙니다. 그 러브 파워가
And you want to touch it, and you want to kiss it, then the power of love you become.
kiss after that, the touching, yeah, the formation, growth, perfection, going down.
Formation, growth, and perfection, and going down.
After that, making power. Both that drunk person, fell down.
Then you become the blank position.
그러면 힘이 먼침이야, 작용이 먼침이야.
So, which is first, the energy or power or action? For the power to come, do you have to do action or you don't have to do action?
작용이 있어. 작용하기 위해서는 근황하는 것이 아니에요. 작용에 앞서 무엇이 작용하기 전에 무엇이냐면 상대가 없어서는 작용이 안 돼. 절대적이야 이게. 첫 번 상대, 두 번 상대, 세 번이 파워야.
So before even action, you have to have plus and minus, or you have to have an object, don't you? You have to subject and object must be there before they can start doing action, correct? So here, the position, the relationship, subject and object.
그래서
Then the action, then the power in that order.
과학자들이
In that
말하는
order.
힘으로 되기 전에 힘이 있기 전에 액션이 있었고 액션이 있기 때문에 이것이 opposite sex가 있었다는 거예요.
So the scientists say before power, then there's an action, and before that is element of action or subject and object.
자, 양심작용.
An action of conscience. Conscience has to be sort of
이 작용이야.
touched off.
작용이
It has to be evoked.
작용 같은데 이것이 있기 때문에 주체와 대상이 있다는 걸 부정할 수 없다.
And that too has an action. So that means that too must have a subject-object relationship. This is law, and without that, no action takes place.
너도 양심작용한다는 것은 그 어딘가가 subject고 내가 opposite에서 그 양심작용이 계속하는 걸 부정할 수 없다. 그래서
So even if we may not have thought like that, even if we still cannot see, at least we have a vague in my mind, oh, there must be subject and object very much there before my love or before my conscience is act up
그런 거야. 그게
or induced.
그 플러스가 하나님 있는 것에 플러스가 마이너스다. 예, 릴레이션십 합니다.
And that is the plus and minus within God, or plus and minus centering on God.
그래서 양심작용을 봐가지고 하나님이 없다고 할 수 없는 거예요. 이건 뚜레라는 거야. 역사를 움직일 수 있는 방향성을 그냥 그대로 계속하는 이 욕망적인 방향성을 자초하는 사실 두고 볼 때에 주체와 대상 관계를 부정할 수 없기 때문에 하나님이 없다고 할 수 없다.
So we cannot deny the existence of God when we observe the same trait millions of years ago, never ever change, constantly flow down, and forever it's going to continue because there's a subject and object always in the conscience, So therefore we cannot deny God automatically there.
그래서 양심 양심
갑자기.
보자기. 이볼 때 이런 자기를 볼 때 진화는 앞서 창조를 해서 창조.
So before the evolutionism, or before we consider evolutionism, we know by far more basic way the whole creation has been made. A theory, if you call that, is the creation theory, or the principle of creation.
하나님이 없다 할 수 없다 이게.
We cannot deny, we cannot do away with God.
둘은 뭐야? 그렇지. 양심적 그다음에는 뭐야? 그다음에는
And what is the third?
이 작용을 볼 때 상대적 세계. 양심의 상대적을 볼 때 하나님이 없다 할 수 없다.
So in creation we see God inevitably, God must be there. Also plus the subject and object relations, we see that God must be there.
Do you understand? A conscious action taking the go over history over forever. Taking the action.
Action of conscience
automatically
taking all throughout the
something
history,
passes.
never changing means.
그 셋째는 뭐이란 셋째는 뭐이란
We cannot deny God.
셋째는 창조 상대적 관계
작용.
상대적 관계. 그다음 또 하나 뭔가?
창조가.
상대적 관계. 그다음은 우리 양심의 뿌리, 사랑의 뿌리.
Then
사랑의 뿌리, 생명의 뿌리.
Then we deal with the root of love, root of life, root of
뿌리.
lineage. Looking at that, we cannot deny God. Looking at this, we cannot deny God. Looking at this, we cannot deny God.
양심을 모른다. 양심도 모르고 생명도 모르고 사랑도 모르는 것 마찬가지. 하나님 우리 속에는 모르는 것 마찬가지. 있는데 모르는 것 마찬가지이기 때문에.
So conscience is very much there. No way we can deny, but we're not conscious. We don't feel that all the time. And God too. And
알겠어?
God is root of all these conscience and love and life and the blood lineage.
자, 그것이
God is root of that.
그 확실하지는 말이야. 지금 이 역사는 말이야. 사유와 존재 문제. 이게 철학에 들어가 존재. 이거 뭐니까 컨셉. 관념과 실제 문제. 실체 문제. 철학 사상에서 2대 사조 때문에 이 역사에 많은 피해를 입혀왔다고.
So this philosophical concept really gave a lot of confusion to mankind. Is thinking and existence. I think, therefore I am. That's classic, isn't it? But so thinking, because of he thinks he exists, then that's questionable. Also, a concept. There is a concept. Therefore, true entity exists.
reality, 실제.
The reality, the real entity exists, and not the concept. Because of concept, the entity exists.
그것이 얻은 것이 원칙이나 이거 얻은 나중에 이 싸움이야 이게. 예?
And also centering on this, which one comes first? And until now, there's no solution to that.
유심론과 유비론이 관련 마찬가지.
And it's like the spiritualism and the materialism relations.
여러분 눈이 있다. 눈을 보자. 눈.
So we have eyes.
뭐야 이게 뭐야? 아 이런 거.
Just say that.
아이.
eye and eyebrow, nose and mouth.
자, 이 눈, 어디에 컨셉 모습인 걸 알아야 돼. 여러분 잘 알아야 돼. 이 눈에 무슨 눈이든 좋아. 뭐 개구리 눈이든 뱀 눈이든 무슨 눈이든 사람 눈이든 눈이라는 존재가 이 땅에 태어날 때 말이야. 눈이 태어날 때에 그 눈 자체가 태양이 있고 공기가 있고 그다음에 먼지가 있는 거 알겠나 몰랐겠나.
It doesn't matter it's only human eyes, but human eyes, snake's eye, dog's eye, doesn't matter. Any eyes, before that eye came into being to this world, do you think somebody or somebody knew,
I self. Yeah.
or I itself knew that there is some object to see?
태양이 있는 거 알아.
I mean the sun, for instance, sun,
공기.
or air
먼지가 있는 거 알았겠나 몰랐겠나.
for nose and dust. Do you think I knew already, or did somebody knew that there would be air and there would be a sun ray when that being animal came into being? Do you know somebody? Do you think somebody knew or not? Didn't know?
somebody는 눈 자체를 물어보라.
Or the eye itself?
I don't know, not somebody.
Not the somebody. I itself.
They didn't know that
But
was
still, it
after I
came
was
into being.
born that the sun and air and those didn't know that. Completely didn't know that.
I didn't know. I itself did not know.
그럼 material.
Because that's a material. Material didn't know.
그런데 눈이 뭘 보는 거야? 눈이 왜 태어나서 태양을 볼 수 있게 태어난 거래?
But why did I come into being? To look at the suns and look at things, didn't they? Eyes came into being to see things, right?
눈이 벌써 태양이 있는 것을 알고 태양을 볼 수 있게 태어났다고.
So eyes are ready or equipped to look at the sun.
눈 자체는 몰라.
Eye itself does not know.
누군가가
The material eye does not know. But somebody behind that eye knows.
Is that true?
That's why it gave eyes.
눈은 몰랐지만은 somebody knew 한 것이 뭔침이야, 모르는 것이 너무 뭔침이야.
So which one is first? That somebody knew it began from there, or material eye did not know that is the beginning.
Somebody knows that's first.
Somebody knows that's the beginning, isn't it?
그래가지고 iris 같다 iris. 이게 뭐야? 공기는 봤어요. 공기가 이게 여기 눈 여기 저기에 있어서 이게 전부 다 여기는 말이야. 먼지가 있기 때문에 창살을 꽂았다고 창살.
So eyelash, somebody knew at this time. The eyelash didn't know, but somebody knew that there will be air and there will be a dust. So it made sort of a iron side here.
스크린.
Sort of a screen, fine screen.
그 눈이 알았겠나? 눈 알기 전에 누군가 알았겠나?
Did I know? But somebody knew that the dust would exist.
Somebody understood. After that, I did not know that.
Then after that, the eye is equipped with
자, 더게 되는
screen.
말이야. 눈에는 말이야. 이것이 전부 다 이 태양의 복산을 해서 증발되기 때문에 큰일 나기 때문에 물 뿌리는 장치를 눈이 알고 했겠나? 딴 사람이 알아가지고 했겠나?
Then there will be heat and there will be irrigation. There will be a watering of eye, the moisturizing function. Do you think I knew about that, or somebody knew the eye would experience that? Somebody knew.
눈에 깜짝깜짝해.
Why does it bat all the time?
이거 전부 다 물을 뿌리는 거야. 먼지가 안 들어가게 이거는 물을 뿌려줘야 된다고.
So it has to moisturize because the heat dries this up, and some particle gets in. So eye bats to moisturize that action.
자, 그래 이게 어떤 것이 뭔침이야 이게 컨셉이 뭔침이야 이게 존재가 뭔침이야.
So now we come to the solution of this age-old chicken first, egg first. But is this concept first, or the reality, or the real entity first?
컨셉 퍼스트. 여기 뭐야? 이거 뭐야? 아이, 눈썹은 이게 땀이 흘르면 눈에 들어가면 큰일 나. 이거 다 막아놓은 거라고.
And also the eyebrow here to prevent the flooding of water down.
나도 뭐다. 스웨트.
The sweat. The sweat.
그래서 여기 움직이는 날이 자꾸 까박까박하니까 물이 자꾸 이리 가게 돼 있다고 자꾸.
So if you move, water is channeled this way.
자, 눈 까박까박하잖아요.
So sometimes when there's the sweat coming, then you blink your eyes.
거기다 있어요. left side.
Then the water is channeled to the outside.
그 땀이 흘릴 거 다 알았나 몰랐나?
So did somebody knew that there will be a perspiration in the face? Somebody
안다어도 돼.
somebody
자,
understood.
여기 이건 강은 왜 쳤어요? 강은.
So why did they create the visible channel here or the holes here?
땀 흘리고 입들어가면 큰일 나가 다 도래를 쳐.
That's where the water or the sweat travels here.
입이고 원했나? 입이 알아. 입이 이거 입에 땀 들어오면 이거 고래에 쳐달라 그랬나? 미리 다 안 분이서가 쳤.
So the mouth knew already, material mouth knew already, and prepared the furrow here, or somebody knew that water should not get into mouth.
Somebody knew everything. 모든 것을 너 아침 쇠살 정도 생각하라고. 이야 하나님 고맙구만 전부다.
So now we become conscious. Don't take it for granted. Every day we wash our face. Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
So women every morning they take the customer take looking at your face. Don't forget God every time.
So every day
All
you're
body,
making up your
all
body.
the secret body.
You
That the phenomena God understood everything. You need all that 4 branches so they can made up that kind of completion.
Remind yourself every day everything that God made these for us.
알아서? 이 공산당에 계시나 한데 옥살박스 이놈의 자식아 이런데도 뭐 간세면 제 자식아.
So communism, communism. Father was giving a severe blow. With these evidences, do you think the material first?
Yes. No. Yeah. 왜 가만히 있어 이상한 것들 대답해. No, no 해야지.
Why do you insist no to the last end? Because that's not true.
하나님이 알아서 하나님이 얼마나 가까워?
How close is God to us? We complain, where is God? But now God is very close to us, knowing these things.
God is most close on me.
God is the closest being, so close in fact, that's why we don't know.
그럼 왜 이게 모르게 되는 이야기야? 왜 모르게 되는 이야기야?
Why is it all right not to
중요한
know?
거야. 왜 이렇게 모르게 되느냐 그야?
And that's very important. But now,
만약에
why do we not know? That's another question.
만약에 사랑의 30%를 내가 사랑을 느끼게 된단 말이야. 30%를 사랑을 느끼겠다 하게 된단 말이야. 100% 파트너십이 나타나게 될 때에 30% 제한 70% 100% 제한 말이야. 70%밖에 안 느껴. 못 느껴.
Because if the 30% the minus, we do not feel 30% of it.
30%를 내가 사랑을 느끼고 생명을 느낀다면 안 되면 느낀다면 말이야. 파트너십 100% 할 때 30% 떼버린 70%밖에 안 느끼기 때문에 파트너 뭐 서브젝트 뭐 전부 다 불만이야. 무슨 말인지 모르겠어.
If you know only 30%, if we feel only 30% of love,
Love and life sense, everything.
And the life.
Conscience, that the blood lineage. You
Then
have taken that experience 30%. Real partnership came to 100% power. At that time, love feeling that is like 100%, that minus 30%, not as much. 무슨 얘기를 모르겠어?
Yeah. If we have only 30% of love we feel, then I understood that we were 70% short of 100%.
100% 상태가 나타났더라도 말이야. 30% 느끼니까 100% 사랑 못 느끼고 30% 뗀 사랑만큼 느끼지 못한다 그야. 70% 사랑밖에 못 느낀다 그야. 30% 여기 느끼니까 그 빼내야 되나?
Why we don't feel? Because suppose we feel 30%. That's no good because already we feel 30% inside. Then 100% of love is supposed to be. Because of my 30% already occupying my mind, rest of the 70% is only available for love. So this has to be zero. I shouldn't feel love until our subject or object begins appear. Then 100% give and take. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That is why we do not feel zero. We feel zero love.
제로 어느 전에 먹었다.
That's normal. We shouldn't feel love when we are alone.
알겠어? 그러니까 하나님이 혼자도 하나님이 혼자 있더랬는데 하나님은 사랑 갖고 생명 갖고 뭐 양심 갖고 뭐든 무슨 양심 갖고 있더라도 그 사랑하는 상대가 100% 나타나게 될 때는 하나님도 와! 스티뮬레이팅, 엑사이트먼트가
And that's why
댄싱, 싱깅 이스라고.
that's why it is. That's why it is.
Amen.
That God here, he's zero. He doesn't feel love. He's a man. He's a woman. He doesn't feel love. He's a man too. But when God, they meet each other, all of a sudden, God will jump electrified because he feels 100% of love towards them.
Do you understand?
Yes.
The young woman and the man and making that meeting, making deep and making that love partnership, taking the give some kind of power to subject that was stimulating. 가슴이 떨리고 다 그러니 벌어지는 거예요.
So when that happens, when a sudden appearance of your spouse or your lover, then your heart pounds and the breath becomes short and you start sweating.
Turn the right hand, making that.
Until you really crash each other. 100%.
그 자연 결혼식이 말이야. 자연 결혼식이야. 그 썬더하고 라이트닝 그 자연 결혼식이라고.
Thunder and the lightning, which involves water and which involves electric current. It's symbolic of the man's love also, or any love between a spouse. Nature's marrying, so to speak. Nature's love in action.
Same meaning. Do you understand? Yeah, love partner connecting with one time that making sound and lightning. Deep feeling. 자, 이거 뭐 이렇게는 몇 시간 돼서 3시간.
Endless, Father can go on.
그만두자고?
Should Father stop here?
이거 3박 4일에 1만 달러씩 내고 와서 교육받은 내용이야.
It's the same content when the Japanese women are deeply moved and flabbergasted and in tears. For 3 days, Father talked like this, and day and night. And they also donate $10,000 each.
Not donate.
Not to donate, but they pay tuition.
That's true.
They pay tuition, 10,000.
그만두자고?
Should we stop?
No.
No. Thank you very much. No.
No.
Yeah, that means yes. It's up to you. 잘 들으라고. 결론을 지어야 돼. 잘 들으라고.
Listen carefully if you want to listen.
그 아담 해와의 결혼식이 누구 결혼식이야?
Adam and Eve's marriage was a whose marriage?
왜 God's marriage야?
Why is it God's marriage?
뿌리야. 사랑의 뿌리, 생명의 뿌리, 혈통의 뿌리, 양심의 뿌리냐. 뿌리가 뭔 습니까? 뿌리가 없어가지고는 트렁크도 없고 보드도 없어.
Because a tree get married, or anyone get married, then he is the root of that man or that equivalent, the tree of a man. So man get married, he's the root of that man in love, in lineage, in life too. So when that entity get married, root naturally get married too.
메리지가 뭐냐면 사랑이 결탁하는 것이 생명이 결탁하는 것이요 혈통이 결탁하는 양심이 결탁하는 자리라고.
So the marriage means the life, two lives were getting together and becoming one, and their conscience will fuse into one, and their lineage will fuse into one.
Life and love.
And life too, love too.
You understand? 생명이 어디서 사랑이 어디서 커넥션 돼?
So where does life and where does love connect? Where does life connect? Where does love connect? Which exact spot?
그 자리라고.
Yes, the sexual organ. That's where connected.
Blood lineage too.
And lineage too.
Conscience that according that part.
The conscience too through that part.
Do you understand? 생명의 사랑의 출발점, 생명의 출발점, 혈통의 출발점, 양심의 출발점 어디야?
So, what is the starting point of love? What is the starting point of life? What is the starting point of lineage and the life?
Conscience.
And conscience too, the starting point of conscience.
Where?
Where?
Huh? Which part? Which place?
Which place? Which part?
Huh?
The very sexual organ when they join.
그게 어디라고?
Which part is it?
Sexual organ.
정말 그래?
It is true, do you think?
Yes.
It's even that important, worth mentioning?
여자의 사랑이나 여자의 생명이나 모든 전부가 양심을 모든 전부는 남자의 섹슈얼 오간이 없으면 안 되고 남자의 모든 이상적 모든 요구도 여자의 섹슈얼 오간이 안 된다.
So, of all the ideals of a man can never begin or trigger without the sexual organ of woman. And the same goes true with all the ideals of women unless the man's sexual organ touches her. Cannot begin. Ideal cannot begin. Love cannot begin. Life nor lineage. Not even conscience.
알겠어?
Do you understand why
결혼식이
marriage important?
결혼식이 뭐야?
So what is the marriage ceremony? The pledge to
Love connection,
those marriage
life
ceremony.
connection, blood connection, consciousness connection. That secret place open, exchanging poses way. That is marriage. Do you understand? 그래 하나님이나 인간에서 하나님의 사랑과
Exchange possession.
하나님의 사랑과 인간의 사랑이 어디서 출발점이 두 점이 돼 만드는 게 한 점이 돼야 된다고.
So man's love and God's love and man's love the starting point of these loves should not be separate. Should start from the same point. God's love and man's love should start from the same point.
그렇지 않으면 그 God's love의 man's love의 two kind of love cannot make a peaceful world, cannot make a unified world.
Otherwise, they cannot lead the unified, peaceful life and world. It has to start from the very same beginning. God's love and man's
알겠어?
love.
그래, 아담 결혼식이자 하나님의 결혼식이다.
So Adam's marriage ceremony is God's marriage ceremony.
그래서 타락하지 않은 아담 해와는 누가 되냐면 하나님의 실체, 하나님의 몸이 되는 것이요. 그 안에는 해와는 실체 하나님의 부인이 되는 거야.
So we know that Adam and Eve, when they are married legitimately, centering on God, God as a root, then Adam himself become God himself, Eve become God herself, become God herself.
실체라서.
The God in entity, God in entity.
그리고 하나님은 무형의 신이기 때문에 아담 마음에 들어가고
Visible
해와의 마음에
God.
들어가서 하나님 마음에 들어가가지고 하나 되는 거야.
And God being invisible God dwells within visible Adam and Eve, who is a visible God.
understand? 그래서 하나님은 종적이고 아담은 행적이라 종행이 연결돼 딱 90도에 하나 되는 거라고.
So God being absolute vertical, and Adam and Eve absolute horizontal, 90 degree.
선생님이 제일 고민한 것이 뭐냐면 이 문제를 갖고 하나님의 사랑과 인간에서 어디서 한 자리에 출발하냐는 문제. 이걸 고민할 때 하늘에서 들린 소리가 뭐냐면 참 사랑은 집단결을 통한다. 그것이 답이었어.
This one was not easy gotten knowledge, mind you. Father truly agonized over the solution of this. Where does God's love and man's love begin? Do they begin separately, or do they begin the same, or whatever? Where do they begin? And when he agonized, there was a voice in heaven saying God's love travels the shortest distance.
그 뭐냐면 우러오는 시선은 제일 가까운 수면 중에서 90각도밖에 없어.
And that shortest distance means any vertical line that intersects the horizontal line, the shortest
91도도
would be
크고
90 degree.
89도도 크다고.
If it is 91 degree, that's too short, and this is 89 degree, that's too long.
요거밖에 없다.
Or either way.
종적으로 통하는 하나님의 참사랑이 그렇다면 이 행적으로 통하는 인간의 사랑도 참사랑은 요 90각도밖에 없다는 논리라고.
So the travel, the path of true love is only 90, the exact 90 degree. Man's love, woman's love meet in a straight line, and so does God's, and must intersect 90 degree. Very right angle.
하나님은 위고 인간은 아래라고.
And God is up, the human being is low.
90도.
90 degree.
알겠어?
Do you follow?
인간의 참사랑도 90° 외에는 없기 때문에 90각도 요밖에 없다는 거야.
So man's true love also is this 90 degree.
Do you understand? God's true connection places 90°. Humankind connection, true love connection places 90°. That's the up and down. Getting this like that. This what? Vertical. West, east, west. Horizontal. Connection. This is center point. The product.
And that's a very center here where God's love and man's love.
그래서 그렇기 때문에 아담 해와 행적인 이스트 남자는 여자 남자는 동쪽이야 태양 여자는 서쪽이라고 남자는 동쪽은 태양을 상징하고 태양 서쪽은 받는 거야 이게.
And the man they represent the sun, and the woman the earth. 땅.
태양을 해주면 워맨은 언제든지 받는 거야.
And the chi is receiving. The sun radiates its ray and
여자는 아무리 잘났더라도 남자가 훌륭한 결혼할 때 남자가 훌륭하면 훌륭한 자리 되는 거고 전부 다 마피아고 결혼은 마피아가 되는 거예요.
women too. When a man becomes a great man, the women will become a great man too. But women marries a mafia, women also become mafia.
그렇다면 남자에 따라서 다르다는 거예요. That's true. 알겠어. 이것은 하나의 땅을 부자지고 이것은 부자지 관계. 이건 부부 관계. 이것은 형제 관계. 이것이 가정적으로 이것이 하나의 포뮬러가 되는 거예요.
So this line denotes the father-son relationship. This one, spousal, the husband and wife relationship. And this line, slanted line,
프론트 레어.
the front and rear line connects, denotes the brothers, brothers, sisters.
This formula of the making that family system.
And that is the family system which makes us feel.
Centering true love, connecting everywhere. Do you understand? 여기서 이 참사랑의 형제들이 싸우질 않아. 전부 다 싸움들이야. 참사랑이 다 내 그대로 싸우고 사람들이 다 싸움들이야. 부부가 싸우지 않는 게 하나
And
싸우지.
centering on true love, brothers and sisters never fight. So, as a rule of thumb, if you see the brothers fight, sisters really fight each other, brothers fight each other in a certain clan, certain family, then their parents are not based on true love.
세계 요거 가정이지만 가정이 이것을 세계적으로 확대하면 요거 형제, 부부, 부모 요거 자녀가 있지 자녀는 마찬가지야. 자녀는 요거 형제권에 들어가는 거야. 그렇기 때문에 가정하게 되면 형제, 부부, 부모 이게 다 가정의 파트는 전부 다 이 공식이 있다.
So family has everything, as you know. Family has the parents, family has spouse, and family has brothers, sisters, and children, of course, are the same as brothers and sisters in this case. That's a formula, and that's a unit.
그걸 확정하게 되면 세계도 보게 되면 아기 세계, 형제 세계, 부부 세계, 부모 세계야. 세계를 영어 익스펜션을 하게 되면 말이야. 패밀리 단위인데 말이지. 이걸 세계적으로 확대한 것이 뭐냐면 자녀. 세계에도 자녀가 있고 형제가 있고 부부가 있고 부모. 네 단계 왜 없는 거야?
So, not only in the family, but also expand and extend that into the bigger level, like a universal level, the world level, same way. That's children's world, brothers, sisters world, parents' world, and spousal world.
Parents' world.
Parents' world too.
그래서 어디 공식이야. It's like the formula.
That's a formula.
In the family base same, the tribe base same, nation base same, world base same, cosmic base same. Do you understand? It's like four different level.
For constituting a world of
that family means that
the world.
family means that 전부 다 이 우주 대표한 가정적 모델이야 모델.
So each family is the real microcosm, which is the micro example of micro pattern of the huge universe. Same. It has everything the universe has.
가정에서 이 훈련되어 있기 때문에 나라 미국 같은 나라 와도 거기다 애기들이 있고 형제가 있고 부모가 있다고 해서 가정보다는 더 나라가 크기 때문에 더 크게끔 더 존경하면 그건 어디나 패서는 거야.
So when good education takes place within a family, when a child grow up, the parents give a good education to children. So when they grow up and go any society, large society, and act likewise, everywhere they find the parents, so they respect parents. Everywhere they see the women, then they treats her with the same respect as his own wife, and the like. Then he's welcome everywhere, and this is the heaven on earth.
알겠어? Family가 family means represent all universe ideal foundation. That is like unit.
That's a unit.
Do you understand? 그래서 통일교회 가는 길은 확정돼. 개인은 가정을 위해서, 가정은 종족을 위해서 희생하라는 게 희생. 투입하라는 게 하나님이 창조해서 투입하라는 게. 종족은 민족을 위해 투입하고 민족은 국가를 투입하고 국가는 세계는 천주를 하나님은 나에게 투입하는 게.
So unification way of life, or how Father taught us to live, is very clear that that the individual must live not to conflict with a family, but live for the sake of family, sacrifice and be absorbed of a family, or the family for clan. The larger unit, the smaller one exists for the larger cause.
하나님 창조하던 과정과 마찬가지야. That is a system of the creation road.
And so was the original creation.
그 길이야 길.
That's the way. That's the road. That's the way.
작은 것은 큰 것에 희생하고 더 큰 것은 또 큰 것을 희생하고 더 큰 것 때문에 희생하고 투입해야 된다. 투입 그래야 큰 것이 나오는 거야.
So why do we do that? Because the greater being is born. Greater being come to exist for everyone.
그래서 이런 원칙에서 내 것은 가족일 것이요, 가족일 것은 종족일 것이요, 종족일 것은 민족일 것이요, 민족일 것은 나라일 것이요, 나라는 세계, 세계 것은 하나님, 하나님 것은 내 것들이고.
So whatever belongs to me must belong to
내 것,
family.
내 것.
Yeah, mine.
My property is
My
family,
property is family.
family property,
Property is
tribe property, nation property, world property, caste property, caste property, me.
God's property belongs to me.
Do you understand? Why?
Make a complete
The most
circle.
high level humankind caste law partnership.
Why? Or how human being qualify that? Because he is the very partner of God in love.
Do you understand? In true love connected with one that automatically loves property. Belongs to loves property. Do you understand? 그래서 내 것은 가족 것은 나라가 천주 하나님 것은 내 것이다.
And so on. Then eventually what belongs to God does not keep himself. What belongs to God belongs to me.
네,
It's mine. God is mine.
그런 add more bring up more perfection and belong to God. You understand? God connect to one centering God's true love. True love. God needs a true love partner. That is me, humankind. Do you understand? Clear? Huh? Do you understand? Yes. Wow, my property expense at last God's property. That property belong to me, centering true love, making with one of true love. That is making ownership, no problem. This is mine. 그래? 공산당은 내 것은 내 것이고 내 것이 안 말하는 거야.
And the communist the theory, the
Communist and Satan's concept.
communist concept is whatever the other has belong to me.
Yours belong me, my belong me.
What belongs to me already is mine. What belongs to others is also mine.
The Satan's concept,
That's
understand?
communism.
한 바퀴 쑥 도는 거야.
But in original God's idea, no. It's this way, very much stand to reason. And that way, in the process, it keeps on growing.
얼마나 크고 얼마나 크고 얼마나 크고 원하는 거야 이게.
It's like so huge, and the man has its conscience to accommodate all these huge things. That's why.
Belong to me. understand? Every expansion level. 알겠어?
Do you understand?
어? 미국 사람들 집을 팔아서 아프리카 투입해야 되겠나 안 해야 되겠나?
Should Americans sell their own house and invest to Africa or not?
Yes.
왜?
Why?
세계의 것을 만들려니까.
To make what belongs to America to world. This is why.
높은 것은 낮은 것이 가져야 돼. 그래서 높은 것은 미국이 높다면 제일 아프리카 제일 못 사는 나라 것을 줘야 돼.
So it
그래,
reaches
돌아가라,
up to the top. The highest should belong to the lowest.
That is evolving.
Otherwise, the
Action.
revolving
Action.
circle would not form.
No, everybody wants to stop at the high point forever. No.
Everybody wants
Stop
to stay at the high point of forever.
Diminishing down.
No existence to that. And,
Making
otherwise it will
evolving
diminish
ways
down automatically.
taking forever. 자, 아까 말한 말이야. 이거 어목볼록. 하나님도 뭐야? 볼록이야, 어목이야.
So, the father already mentioned that the female and the male characteristics are invented, like a minus socket and plus socket, male socket, female socket.
이걸 갖다 여기 맞추는 거야, 안 맞추는 거야?
What about God? Do you think he too has this male characteristics? Yes, he does, and it's like a man and woman.
Man, woman, making this like one body. Now, which part can make that unified body? The sexual organ, isn't it?
Yes.
이거 통일교 교주님 뭐 섹슈얼 organ 얘기 자꾸 하고 있어.
Why the people might wonder, the leader of the great unification church will keep on mentioning sexual part a few times.
It's most important breast. Holy breast, that breast. After falling, that worst breast.
How can you not mention the holy place?
Holy breast.
It is the holy place.
Did not fallen original breast.
If it didn't fall, if humankind didn't fall,
place.
this would have been the target for praising and the glorious target. But today, it's completely the other way around. It's something to be avoided, something
to understand,
vulgar.
freedom connected that kind part. Happy connect that kind part.
Happiness begins there by
Everything.
connecting it. Freedom
Peace
by connecting it.
upon there.
The key
Hope upon there.
is very there. Hope. The key of the hope is there.
Man's hope is woman. Woman's hope is man. Do you understand?
Yes.
Man's absolute truth one is man. Huh? Absolute what? Absolute truth. Woman's absolute truth one is then man. Man's absolute truth one being that woman. Vice versa. 그래서 여러분의 양심은 하나님으로 이어받은 거예요. 양심은.
So all of our conscience are directly inherited from God.
Centering through love, center is God.
Centering on true
Connecting
love,
the
because true love centers
vertical
God.
inheriting thing is my conscience. My conscience is vertical me.
My
Understand?
conscience is vertical me.
Until now you did not that. What is conscience? Did not know. Conscience is vertical me. Centering through God's love, inherited being. That is my conscience. So conscience, vertical me. Understand? The body is the true parents. That centering true love, vertically connected, that can inheriting being is body. Body means horizontal me. Clear? Vertical low place, horizontal low place. Which place connect with one place that is that 90 degree. The vertical 90 degree, horizontal 90 degree. Only that part, only one part, absolute only one part place. Other part don't need one. The universal center, pillar. Possess that pillar point is the one that place. Not two. This standing this vertical, that connecting that ideal center place, connecting the man's low place, connecting the marriage sexual intercourse place. Do you understand?
Yes.
In their love connect. Otherwise cannot connect love. Life connect that. Blood lineage two, conscience two. Only that part. 그래서 결론이 뭐냐면 말이야. That place, that 사랑의 원천이야.
So that is the very original source of love.
사랑의 본궁.
That is the main palace of love.
You understand?
Original palace of love.
Adam and Eve, our humankind first ancestor place is that palace of headquarters, central palace.
Central palace of love.
Your family is that normal palace. You understand? The central palace. That our ancestor, that sexual intercourse, that place is that love central palace. Otherwise, cannot find out true love. Is that true? Yes. 둘째 분이 뭐냐면 생명의 보면 생명의. 셋째는 뭐냐면 혈통의 본분. 넷째 번은 양심의 본분. 양심.
So that organ is the main palace of love. It's the main palace of life, main palace of lineage, and main palace of conscience too.
남자 여자 생명이고 결투해.
And the man's life joins together.
Is that
centered
true?
on that parts. Is that true?
Man's life and the woman's life connection that mixed one place that centering love that making that this like that water place center place that children connecting there that is making the blood lineage. All origin, do you understand? Life origin place, life love origin place, blood lineage origin, mind origin place. Do you understand? Which part? 자효관. How much press? Any kind cannot compare this part. Cannot change anything. Most precious is that part. Do you understand? Yes. What is our American lifestyle? Free sex. Dirty one. How much fearful concept also. Taking that free sex, break out those four most precious, break out one time. Free sex, homo, lesbian, love. Absolutely doesn't like that. Hit. You have to look clear. American woman and man. Understanding the world leader country, making the solve the bad color of the world, youth world. The worst place, this country. Do you understand? Yes. Spit out. This America. Now they're going there. They get into expansion. This is like a phenomenon all over the world, free world covered, centering America. Make it influenced, solved bad color, disease, AIDS disease. How can break American culture background? I want that. Do you understand? Yes. 이걸 지금 사랑에서 다 파괴시켜요.
If we cannot keep this securely, keep this holy, if we do not watch out, then we cannot keep all these. We cannot keep our life, we cannot keep our lineage, we cannot keep anything, not even conscience, not even life.
그 선생님 말 거짓말이야 사실이야? 거짓말 같아 사실 같아?
Do you think Father is overemphasizing over nothing, or this is true to the fullest extent?
참된 사랑, 참된 생명, 참된 혈, 이 장소 외에는 얻을 데가 없어. 세계 아니야, 미국도 아니야, 어느 왕국도 아니야.
True love and true life, true lineage and true conscience can never be obtained without the contact of our organs here.
내 애편내하고 내 남편도 그 사이야, 그 사이야.
And,
남편에게 중요한 거, 애편에게 중요한 거야.
that is why for husband, wife is so important and indispensable, and vice versa.
그래서 이 American woman, do you understand? American woman, especially American woman.
Especially American women have a clear idea or possibility.
이혼 70% 이상 여자들이에요, American woman이야.
70% of our divorce is said to be originating from women here in America.
전부 다 프리섹스, 전부 다 밤낮 그 여자들 전부 다 여자들이 여자들이에요.
And also the women take part actively in free sex. Unthinkable.
강제든지 자원은 둘 다 강제로 끌려가서 자원에서 또 그러고 밤낮이.
Sometimes by force and sometimes voluntarily.
여자라고.
And the women is in problem. All from ignorance.
So as I said, women's side, the most worst side.
The women is worst side. Women is worse
More
side.
than me, man.
More than it's worse than men. More bad than.
Is that true? Is that true? 문제라고. 자, 이 세계를 가자. 그러면 지금 문제는 어디 있냐면 타락되기 때문에 하나님과 참 사랑을 연결지지 못했어. 그러나 우리 인간에서 이 양심의 욕망이다. 양심의 욕망.
So is this original world, an original kingdom of heaven, but these faded away so much, leaving only a slight trace of it. But even the fallen people, this action, this desire of conscience is intact.
이제 여러분이
This is the hope of,
여러분 자신을 두고 보게 되면 말이에요. 여러분 자신의 희망이 하나도 없어. 하나도 없는데 양심이라는 스티키가 있어. 스티키.
You evaluate the situation. There's no hope absolutely in any human being, individual human being here, either man or woman. But there's one stick, like a stick, conscience, that which is called conscience.
Do you understand? 양심만이 이것이 내가 올라갈 수 있는 사다리야.
Only this conscience is a mainstay, the life's mainstay, the ladder, depending on which we can reach a higher place. That's a conscience. Only thing remaining.
레다가 개인 레다, 가정 레다, 저보다 간격이 클 뿐이지 말이야. 높이 간격이 마찬가지야.
You see, ladder like so. The ladder in the individual level, ladder family to a clan level, and so forth. Of course, it's a larger the plate of a ladder, but nevertheless, it's the same stepchal ladder.
이렇게 할 수 없어. 이렇게 할 수 없다고. 요 레다는 직선으로 가야 돼. 직선 올라가야 돼.
You cannot jump over a different level. You have
most shortest way is ladder, direct way.
The shortest way is the only way you can travel in a ladder.
Do you understand?
Going up a ladder.
그러니까 이거 올라가야 돼.
So going up a ladder, we have to go up.
오늘 땅을 내려던 그 야단이야.
So from the earth, we have to go up heaven, following the ladder.
자,
conscience, ladder of conscience.
타락도 어떻게 되면 다 알았다고. 이는 몸뚱이만 잡아주면 되는 거야, 몸뚱이.
We already know how fall took place, how this misery took place. So the cure that, the remedy for that is to trample on the suppressed body or bodily desire.
그래서
Give rise to the conscience.
양심의 이제부터 양심의 해방과 양심의 욕망을 중심 삼는 양심의 해방을 이루어야 된다.
So that conscience is very much now is bound and gagged, and now we are hoping for the time of liberation of conscience. That day arrive very soon.
그래서 아까 말한 양심보적이 했다고 양심보적이 하고 말이야. 양심보적이.
So Father already talked about the bag or the sack of a conscience bag.
사랑보적이 하고 양심보적이 어디가 갔어?
Which do you think bag is larger, the love's bag or the conscience bag? Conscience bag or love's bag?
무슨 love?
What love?
True love.
True love bag or
어딜 가서?
a conscience bag? What is your guess?
왜?
Why?
칸셋은 러브로 통해서 태어났다는 거야. 그래서 세컨더리야.
Because conscience is born out of love also. It's a secondary resulting being. Love first, then the conscience came into being.
자, 러브는 플러스는 게 마이너스야.
So if you call love plus, then conscience is the minus.
자, 이 양심 보자기에 대해 참 사랑을 잡아내게 되는 그때는 꽉 차버린다는 거야. Everything make that perfection.
So if you put love, true love, right into the bag of conscience, everything is so full, so fulfilled. You don't want anything else. Maybe you want to go to sleep.
Take.
You don't need anything else. You are satisfied. You are content.
그리고
happy.
러브 디지즈가 있다는 러브 디지즈가 있다고 그런 거 알아?
You know there is such a thing as love sickness, love disease, love sickness. You're not easy. You're disease.
Disease, as long disease, that want how can they connect in their partnership? Only they becoming one or full of that. No, we don't need anything. Don't need anything. Same meaning. Concept occupying true love, praise that everything full of. Don't need any room. Do you understand? Taking rest. 춤추고 다 노래하고 다 기뻐하는 노래 그래.
Then all you have to do now is dancing, singing, and joyous. That's all you needed to do to live.
마음대로 불어도 좋고 쓰러도 좋고 잠자도 좋고 뛰어도 좋고 다 좋다.
You're happy in any form of your position. You run, you're still happy. You roll, you're happy. You stumble and hurt yourself, still happy.
섹션 옆에서 나서
And you want to be carried on the back of your wife, and the big man even try that. Anything you do, you're happy.
그래서 이제 알았다고 이제니 이는 몸뚱이를 양심 앞에 굴복하는 방법 알았다고.
Now we know how we can subjugate our body towards our conscience. Our conscience is the master. Our body must be the slave.
자, 이거 거짓 사랑의 부모로 시작해서 참 부모를 따라가셔가지고 이제 여러분 양심은 참 양심을 중심 삼고 이제 올라가야 된다야.
And we already transferred. We already for the lineage of false parents into true parents.
그래서
And we can do that.
결론은 이제 양심 해방을 위하 전진할지어다. 그래 첫째는 뭐냐면.
So let us march forward towards the goal, towards the era of the age of liberation of conscience. In order to do that,
일, 이, 삼.
1, 2, 3. We have to do these.
지금까지 양심이 이렇게 자기를 천국을 데려가고 양심이 모든 걸 전부 다 하나님 앞에 가까이 데려가기를 몰랐다고. 그래서
Until now, we did not realize really the conscience played that crucial role of bringing us, or the biggest hope, to bring us from evil to the good world.
양심은
heaven.
하나님의 속에 있기 때문에 자기 부모보다는 먼저 연결되어 있던 거 알지? 영원히 연결되는 거야.
This conscience, where does it come from? With my birthday? No. It's before that. Before even the life became. It's as old as God.
그래서 양심은 과거, 현재면 똑같아.
So the conscience never changed. The conscience million years ago, conscience today, conscience a million years later will be the same. No revolution.
자기 어머니 아버지는 이것이 지금 자기 낳아준 그 전에 연결되어 있지 그 전에 연결되어야지 되지 않다고.
My parents are only connected one generation before me. That segment, that's all. So it's more important than my parents' conscience.
그렇게 되면 선생은 선생주의 이건 양심은 전부 다 내 선생주의에서 양심을 교육하자는 말 들어봤어?
So, also the conscience is my teacher, my utmost teacher. So, you never heard that we should educate our conscience.
This is directly connecting that centering God. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
Don't need teacher. Yeah?
It's only
God,
teacher.
Absolute being. God,
Which
absolute.
whom we can depend.
그럼. Absolute teacher.
So, conscience existed before life, and conscience is my best teacher.
타락하지 않고 양심이 하나 되어 있더라면 하나님이 필요 없어.
If 양심이 있었다면.
타락하지 않았으면 말이야 우리가 하나님 필요 없다고 제 하나님이야 내 하나님이라고 그래요.
If fall didn't take place, we don't need God. We don't need to think about God, let's put it that way. Because we are God, we're living with Him.
God wants their partnership more than bigger one. Do you
And we're
understand?
already His partner.
The
So.
partner phrases is that the conscience, our consciousness. Do you understand? That is more the higher God. Otherwise, you cannot take that more greater partnership than God. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
그러니까 이야 하나님보다 더 높을 수 있는 양심.
So we say, oh, can we be higher than God Himself? Thanks to conscience.
Do you understand? 내가 이런 걸 알고 뭐 진리고 뭐 내 낙심해버려 전부 다 하나님 다 줘버리는데 괜히 떠들어고 고생하고 죽고 생각하면 세계 인류가 지금 망한 거 생각하면 기가 막히다는 거야.
So when Father realized this, it was really a shocking moment. It was really, how to say, nearly to nonsense. All these great men of religion, great men of philosophy, they had that right in themselves, were searching and teaching this and teaching that, giving rise a lot of confusion, and they themselves died in vain. And Father really felt hollow and sad.
양심
Looking at
해방,
the history.
양심 해방 시대에 맞으면 모든 것이 마음대로야.
And when we live in the days of liberation of conscience, then everything is God-oriented.
Do you understand? 뭐라고 하나님이 말이야. 하나님은 파트너십도 없는데 자기가 이 우주를 지어서 파트너십 생각하자가 그 파트너 하나님 이 세상보다 더 훌륭한 날 제줘서 제주가 난 제주가 나.
When God created, He did not even have a partner, but He created. But now we know we're the partner to God, so we pray to God. God, we want to make the world this way. Won't you help me? Do you think God will make it for us or not? He has a spouse, I have a spouse. I I have a partner, he has a partner.
Your partner want that kind, making more the bigger universal. Want reagain creation. God can do that, no problem.
Yes.
If we ask God to create, recreate this fallen universe and seriously pray to Him, ask Him His help, He would. Stands to reason.
Yes.
우주보다 몇백 배 큰 것도 만들 수 있다는 거라 그래요.
With God, there's nothing impossible. If we exert our power, only if we exert our power, then we can recreate the universe 100 times larger than the existing universe.
Yeah, that means how much man's value is precious one.
So how precious a man's value is, we begin to understand.
이 똥개만을 이 구데기 생만 벌게 살고 있으니까 얼마나 기가 막히게 하나님 볼 때 기가 막히게 아니야 이 이상 거더라.
Now look at the man. It's like a dog. It's like a maggot, or the flies, the small, what do you call that? Maggot. Compared to original value of man and the way man reduced himself.
자, 그 결론 짓자고.
comparison.
양심은
So the conclusion, conscience is
부모님보다 앞서 있다. 부모님을 앞서 있다. 부모님보다 앞서 있다.
is ahead of even parents. Conscience is ahead of
그거
even
해요,
parents.
해요.
So can you recite that? 양심은 부모님보다 앞서 있다.
영어로.
That means conscience
consciousness
exists ahead of true parents.
다시 해요, 다시.
So conscience exists ahead of true parents.
모이카이, 스토리 타임.
Conscience exists ahead of true parents.
세컨드는 말이야. 양심은 스승보다 앞서 있다.
Conscience exists the teacher himself. Conscience exists before the teacher. Conscience exists before the teacher.
헤드 오브 티처들. 헤드 오브 티처들.
That's the head of the teacher, in other words. Conscience is the head of the teacher.
That's more sound is good. 자, third.
And the third,
양심은 하나님보다 앞서 있다. 자, consciousness
conscience is before parents.
하나님보다
Ahead
앞서.
of parents, before parents.
페르즈 하나님보다 앞서 있는 하나.
Before God. That's the last. The third, conscience
conscience exists head of the God.
ahead of God.
That's it.
Ahead of God. Conscience exists ahead of God.
One more time.
One more time. Conscience exists ahead of God.
자, 양심이 너들 하는 일을 하나님 먼저 알겠어, 양심이 먼저 알겠어.
What you are doing, do you think God knows that first, or your conscience know what you're doing first?
Clear. You understand?
Clearly, your conscience knows.
그 말은 뭐냐면 하나님 물어볼 필요 없다 그야.
That means we don't even have to ask God. Conscience already told us.
너들 일생 동안 하는 거 전부 다 양심 모르나 알고 있나?
What you have done right and what you have done wrong in your past, your short span of life in your past, does your conscience know already or not?
그 헤븐이 컴퓨터가 있다. 컴퓨터. 이거 지금 전부 다 헤븐이 컴퓨터 인젝션이 적용받는 게.
Just like a computer we see in a physical world, all our deeds and thinking is recorded in the heavenly computer.
저는 헤븐이
To replay our life.
아시네? 하이디 따따따 하이디 딱 하이디 요 앞에 하는 everything past 뭐뭐뭐뭐 high level generation and going on you are living on the lifetime this the time 앞에 하는 that front of heavenly computer one second can understand everything the fast why their world time and space over understand? No need distance time. One time look at that. Immediately understand that. How much convenient place is that place? Wow. Do you want to go there or not? Huh? Want to go there or no? Yes. Yeah. After that, go immediately get in there. You will die.
We'll die anyway. And, we must know.
알겠어? 자, 첫째 뭐라고 양심은?
The first, conscience exists ahead of parents. And second, conscience exists ahead of teacher. He's our utmost teacher. And the conscience exists ahead of God himself.
부모님도 나를 너다 10번은 다 떠나 이건 일생도 영원히 나와도 부모님 나를 사랑하고 보여주고 있는 거야. 스승 중에 이상 스승이어서 하나님의 이상을 하는 거죠.
Even the most loving parents, since they are older than you, never stay until you go to spirit world to protect you. But conscience will.
부모님도 시집가좀 더 따라가 못 가잖아.
And also, not even for women, as soon as the parents marry off woman to man, then that's the end of protection of him to the daughter. But that daughter, the conscience will protect her rest of her life and even beyond that.
Understand? Every time watching your confidence way, how can they going on your lifetime? Don't astray that central road, taking that, protecting every time watching you.
The conscience protects you from going astray. So we must understand.
Do you understand?
Before God, the conscience knows. Can Father raise that?
What's this? Last one.
And what's the last one? Conscience exists before even God.
자, 이거 알았기 때문에 이제는 기도 생활이 달라져. 기도 생활이 하나님의 딴 데 있는 거 아니라고.
Now, if you fully understand what Father taught us this morning, your style of prayer should change.
하나님 어디 살아?
Where does God live?
True love dwelling place. Which part?
And which part is the true love dwelling place?
Sexual organs.
It's the most holy place. Most
Yes.
holy place. Do you understand? After that, making the break out all the universe so they become worst place. Now the restoration, original place, came back, original place, that's the most holy place. You have to protect forever. Holy one. Understand? 예, 아침 일어나서 자기 섹스로 가면 오늘 하루 승리해서 감사합니다. 1년 지나가지고 다음에 할 때 경배를 해야 된다고 있지 않겠더라.
So when you wake up in the morning, you have to bow down to your organ for
Good morning, someplace. Good morning.
Good morning, someplace. Good morning, someplace.
Every morning, every noon time, every evening time. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have to say that.
Thank you for making me intact.
그래서 서로 부채기를 하게 되면 Good morning, 예? Good morning, Bible 때 거기에 경배해야 된다고.
Actually, we should bow down to each other for each part.
Yeah, following the secular world, that difficult place that we are one day living, they go through perfect lifestyle. That is not taking not so easy way. Do you understand? Go back to home, the person standing that we are competently pass over that safely, that forward, that bow down each other. Do you understand? Your live atmosphere, how can protecting that place? This daily life purpose. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's the most important one. Do you understand?
Yes.
Colored woman. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
그 자리가 뭐냐면 사랑의 원궁이요, 생명의 원궁이요. 그 자리가 뭐냐면 지상 천국, 천상 천국 출발지야.
So that place is the main palace of the heaven on earth and the heaven on heaven also.
That's that place.
And the starting place of this also.
Without that, cannot make that kingdom of heaven on earth.
So without that somewhere, without that part, we can never start heaven. There never exists a heaven on earth and heaven on heaven.
Freedom connected part.